Good afternoon, namaste, welcome to another exciting episode of CampusCare Roundtable. आज नवरात्रि के शुभ दिन पे we have the legends of education industry with us who will teach us and tell us about how to expand your school and grow it and take it into another level and dimension. आई नो आज 12:30 बजे वेबिनार शुरू करा है तो आप लोग भी सोच रहे होंगे कि नॉर्मली एंटाब इस टाइम पे लाइव नहीं आता बट आज का शो जो है वो थोड़ा एक्साइटिंग होने वाला है. The objective of this webinar is to understand the key and the mind of the policymakers and try to ascertain what changes and reforms can we bring in the education sector. So, without much further ado, let me first quickly introduce you to Entab. We are a 20-year-old IT company engaged in providing school automation software, mobile apps to the top-notch schools across India. With a clientele of more than 1,500 plus schools, we are the pioneers and the leaders in school automation software and mobile apps. So, let me quickly begin this program by introducing our lovely moderator, Fatima Agarkar ma'am. She is a state university topper as a part of the prestigious Mumbai-based Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics and holds a degree of Masters in Business Administration from Birmingham, UK. Apart from her B.Ed and ECCE degrees amassed when she decided her education was her calling. She is the founder of ACE Academy. Having kickstarted her career in the corporate world and working with premier organizations like Commerce Bank, Times of India, and Aegon Zender International, she always had an inner urge to bring out an enhancement in the sphere of education, which she believed showcased several gaps that needed attention immediately if India as a country emerged as a resource power. And to be honest, this is what we are going to talk about as well. See, this Campus Care Roundtable is a unique platform wherein we started to understand the viewpoints and about burning topics of education in India. So, without further ado, let me quickly introduce and bring and moving on over to Fatima ma'am. Fatima ma'am, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Manshu. Very generous with your words and quite excited. I have a star-studded, power-packed panel, quite overwhelmed, because when I actually, tabulated their collective experience in the education space and diverse industries, it's actually 150 years. 150 years of wisdom, expertise, some incredible work done, a lot of passion. I'm the only woman on the panel. But I get the job to moderate these gentlemen, get them to deep dive into what we have to do when we talk about reforms. The education space is a wonderful industry at the moment. If we have to become the global power, we're going to make some changes. We have to make some changes. NEP is just one part of it. So, my questions to the four dynamic panelists are going to talk about reforms to be undertaken when you think about moving schools to the next level and actually inviting investment, funding in education. And it's not just private, it's public as well, because one size doesn't fit all, and we have to take our entire nation forward if we have to become a global power. Like I said, I'm overwhelmed to be introducing this very, very decorated, celebrated panel. And in no order of preference, I'm just going to go with what has been actually put out as a creative for all of us. My first panelist is Mr. Jyoti Kalash. He is an officer served with the Indian Administrative
Ma'am, Mr.
Services.
Jyoti sir is not present here right now. He'll be coming.
Right. So,
joining us in
I
a
will
while.
then move on to Dr. Sunil Gulati, who have already been in conversation with before everyone joined in. An illustrious career. IIT Kanpur, joined the Indian Administrative Services in 84, 36 celebrated years serving the Indian government, has brought in a lot of positivity and impact as far as society changes are concerned, been part of numerous states and departments, Currently, the chairman of the Haryana Minerals Limited and also the chief secretary, Printing and Stationery Haryana. His passion for social change, being involved with so many NGOs, skilling, employability, lots of burning topics in his mind that he's going to share with us. So, what's important is I love the fact that he's been recognized by the President of India, Census Medal in 2004, the more recent one, the Global Agriculture Award in 2019, and the Sarovar Award in 2018. Decorated service. I cannot wait to hear from Dr. Sunil Gulati. Welcome. Pleasure to have you on this panel.
Welcome, sir.
I also have someone who I think I'm very, very excited and honored to be introducing, no other than Major Harsh Kumar. Served the Indian Army for 11 years. As a commanding officer, was always recognized for his exemplary effort and service. Um, After defense, he didn't give up. He went further and further. I am Bangalore, is it, sir? Uh, Spent a lot of time in the banking industry, but I think, like me, the calling was education. In 2009, became the joint registrar at the University of Allahabad, and since then has continued to grow. He is the secretary of NCRT. I know the whole education industry follows you, sir. Major Harsh Kumar, honored to have you on this panel. We also have, last but not the least, Delhi-based educationalist, Professor C.V. Sharma, a PhD from the Hull University. That's something I always desire to do a PhD. I'm going to pick some notes out of your book, sir, today. Professor at the world famous IGNU, served as the chairman of NIOS, and I know it's a board for special needs and just generally open school that's helped so many more families. He's worked with several national policies, and so by the time I finished reading the number of committees you were part of, I thought the webinar would be over. So I've tried to make this really short. The National Council for Teacher Education, the National Committees of India, the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, the Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. The list is endless. Sorry, sir, I had to condense it because I want to hear you. Everyone can go on LinkedIn and read all your beautiful profiles, but we really want to hear it from the gentleman. Do I introduce Mr. Kailash? Would he be joining us?
Ma'am, he will be joining us, but as soon as he joins, you can introduce him at that point of time. Not a problem. We should just begin with the program. And before we begin, let me, for Major Sir, thank you for your service, to be honest. I have a deep rooted army background, so I know what it takes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Right. So Entab's come up with this beautiful topic of expansion and transformation. How do we take the schools to the next level? How do we take our country to the next level? But our topic, our first panel discussion, and we kickstarted as panelists today, is really about the reforms that are required. I'm going to bring attention to an article by a very well-known journalist in the Financial Times that talks about the fact that we have to introspect as an industry. When we look deep, reforms are required. They are warranted. We've talked about it for a long time. In fact, the regulatory nature of our Indian education policy was very deep-rooted in the 60s. Back then, reforms were meant to bring children into schools. It was rather input-driven as far as schooling is concerned. Schooling is very different from the quality of learning. There are two different modes. And you know what? When the word reform comes up, the first thing everyone wants to do is talk about legalizing legal structure. I'm going to take this debate a little different. I'm hoping we don't criticize the legal structure. I'm hoping we can talk a little more than the legal structure. Those battles will continue. Of course, we want private public to come together. We want everyone to move forward. Let's deep dive into quality of education, quality of teachers, early childhood education, skilling of teachers. Let's talk about schooling as that part of history that should make way for the quality of education. How do we make sure this industry is attractive? to not only Indian investors but global investors, not just the private sector but the public sector. How do we combine forces? And some progressive nations have already done it. Lessons to be learned. I'm hoping you can bring those points out, gentlemen. So, my first question will be again, no order of priority. I've just listed some things down. I'm going to go with Dr. Sunil Gulati. So, I'm not going to talk about the legalities. Yes, there are too many documents to be filled when we have to start school. But you know what? When investors, and I've been a part of a funded company, when investors look to putting their funds in, their first question is quality of teachers. Then they are worried about, so what happens later? Is it just a degree? A very important point, a point that has plagued this industry forever. When it comes to reforms, sir, how do you see this moving forward?
Yeah, I think you raised a very relevant question. Now, as far as the quality of teachers is concerned, now I think what can be done and what ought to be done is like, we have done some experiments recruiting people who have qualified the GATE exam. When we wanted engineers, we took people who had qualified the GATE exam and we took them. It was a standard exam taken by for getting admission to engineering postgraduate programs. And from there, we took people and we found the quality was good. What basically I'm trying to say, like there is NEET exam for doctors getting into post graduation. There could be an exam countrywide for different subjects for postgraduate teachers, TGT teachers, and from that exam score, various schools can pick up. Let everybody who wants to join the teaching profession give that exam, which is open to everybody. And from there, whoever wants can recruit. That way, a standard level will come. And of course, the schools can always ask for something extra, the soft skills and all those things that can be extra. But a basic minimum level will come from there. So that is one suggestion which I have regarding the quality of this thing. Second thing, I feel when I went to US, I studied this issue for in quite detail. Uh, my bhabi volunteers there in a school. She has been volunteering for almost 30 years. So what I found that the Parent Teachers Association has a very active role in running of the school. So they are the real stakeholders. So I think if in India also we start honoring this thing, even in government schools, even in private schools, in the matter of recruitment of teacher, in the matter of what kind of increment the teacher should get from the school, what promotion, everywhere. So that way also, in fact, in US, it's a very interesting thing. Every class, there is one parent present all the time. So if it's a class, say about Africa, so the parent will bring the kind of food they eat in Africa, the dresses they wear in that particular country about which the class is. So the parent comes prepared and it adds to the value. Ultimately, the student teacher ratio comes down because of that. So basically, what I'm trying to say that today parents are investing a lot in their children, and still there are some parents who are not employed also. So we can use those parents, and in the school system itself, the value of inputs will go up. The teachers will also become more conscious of what they are doing. Very significant role by bringing the stakeholders right inside the classroom would make so much of a difference. So
Yeah.
every recruitment session, everywhere, this biggest stakeholder must enter the scene. I think that will change the scene completely.
Two brilliant points. I love the fact that we're equating education with engineering, with medicine, giving it the importance that it needs. And quite frankly, if teachers are supposed to shape the future of the country, they also need to go through an entrance exam apart from their qualifications. Love the fact that subject matter expertise could be that reform that attracts more entrepreneurs in because now they are assured of quality. And then I love the fact that you brought in the parent collaboration. We often keep them aside and it's always restricted to conversation and thoughts. I like the collaborative nature. This is reformist. This is saying we work together. Great point, sir. Thank you so much. And I'm going to actually go to Professor Sharma. Sir, if you could answer these questions. You know, we often say that when something is funded, when money is pumped in, there must be accountability. There must be governance. How important is this as a reform? Where it is transparency. You know, if I'm investing in a company today, I get a shareholders report. Unfortunately, we don't get a school report, whether it's a government school or a private school. Are we being ambitious to say that this could be the next reform?
Thank you very much, Entab, for inviting me, and such a privilege to be on the panel with you, Fatima ma'am. My privilege entirely. I wrote to you. We all have heard about Ajit Agarkar, and we have all grown admiring him as a national icon. So very privileged. Thank you very much. Uh, I'm, if I can say that, I have been part of the policies of Government of India, and I own the policies. I don't agree often with the idea that government should fund education completely. And I also don't agree with the comment always that India doesn't spend 6% of the GDP. In fact, we spend more than 10%. Because we compare with Sweden, Finland, where education is completely government, nobody spends from one's own pocket, or the budget of the home is not really spent on education because the government education system is so robust. We have not been able to do that. For obvious reason, government servants are government servants, and then they can get away without working. Let us accept it upfront. So I believe we have to look at the future as a mix of public-private partnership. The private will give a tough competition to government, but then from time to time you have good and bad phases in school education especially. We are likely to see a very good phase of school education in times to come. Why I'm saying that? We have a very dynamic Secretary of School Education and Literacy, Anita Karwal, who has worked on all sectors. She has been a joint secretary, then chairman CBSE. She has been in charge of NCT. She knows all the sectors. So we can expect that she would be spearheading this sector very dynamically, and she has also volunteered to go for PISA. In fact, she is spearheading the PISA from India. What will change in teacher education? I can go on for with other things, but I will straight away conclude teacher education. You may see great reforms in teacher education. In 2015, the government of India had constituted a commission under Professor Muhammad Akhtar Siddiqui. I was a member of that committee, and we had given our report. The changes that you see in the policy document from 2-year B.Ed to 4-year B.Ed, integrated BA B.Ed, BSc B.Ed, BCom B.Ed is our recommendation, and also 4 years. What will happen to that? We had 18,000 private teacher training colleges, 92% private stakeholding in teacher education. So, can I say that when you hand over a sector of education to private, it ruins it because it is only about money? No, I won't agree that. In 92% of the private B.Ed colleges, in fact, B.Ed colleges slipped out of hand and we could not produce good teachers. In times to come, we are going to see great reforms. First reform, we will make all these B.Ed colleges multidisciplinary. They cannot be only education. Anybody in education will do better if you have idea of all disciplines, if you go in the mix of other disciplines. That will become expensive. Maybe private parties may not come for that anymore in future. So that will be first. Second would be 4 years. The private parties came in because it was 1 year or 2 years. When it becomes 4 years, integrated, you have to have an integrated college, you may not see that. Third change that you will see after pandemic is perhaps the whole requirement of a degree for teaching will wither. Who is asking today whether Fatima ma'am has a B.Ed or not? Why should I hear her if she doesn't have an M.Ed? We made all these rules. If you want to go and teach a 10th class, you must be PGT, TGT, DGT, all that. Who is asking the online teachers today whether you have a degree in teaching? You are going to see a phase where good teachers, whether degreed or not degreed, they would be popular and they would be teaching. But the most important thing that may happen would be digital divide. Don't always think digital divide comes with the machine only. Digital divide in terms of content. The teacher who can teach well will charge more for teaching on a good platform. How would the poor afford that? So I believe in times to come, India will be spending more on education. Also in terms of the private institutions which are coming up are very well equipped, very well supplied, and the teachers were the least paid, but in future they will be also be the best paid, better paid than the public sector. Today the best teachers come to the public sector because the payments are good. This is going to change. Private institutions like the Ivy League institutions, they pay better than the public. That will happen in India as well. To sum up, India will spend more on education. It will become more expensive, especially with the good teachers. There will be a digital divide in terms of content and technology. We may see more poor getting more farther from quality education.
Super points. Thank you so much, Professor. And I love the way you extended what Dr. Sunil Gulati also spoke about. Quality of teachers is going to be critical. And it's very reassuring because you've been part of the government to know that the government is taking this seriously. This is what's going to help our economy. And it's nice to know there's a lot of effort. We welcome the reforms with the B.Ed colleges. Let's take that conversation further. Major Harsh Kumar, important point, because I think what we've touched upon is teachers. Let's talk about students. Let's talk about how important is vocational training as a reform. We are still marks driven. We are still thinking about optimization, upgrading, maximizing PISA. These are all assessments. Because you've been with the armed forces, I know my best friend is from Cyprus. He had to give 2 years before his MBA to military service. For him, that was the single most important change in his life. He's in the corporate world, he's with the United Nations at the moment. But that is a different discipline. We don't teach all of that to our children. So, is that the reform we should be looking at? Because what is different? What can we expect for these children? How do we make them these global powerhouses? We make them cope with a future that honestly requires a different skill set, not just marks.
First of all, I must thank you, ma'am, to invite me here. I must thank Professor C.V. Sharma, sir, Sunil Gulati, sir, and all who have joined here. My greetings and for a very nice discussion which is going on, and both C.V. Sharma sir and Gulati sir has put their experience into it, and they have placed the points which are very valid points. And first of all, what is the aim of education basically? Aim of education from our ancient scripture or our system, because our system is thousands of years old. So, and we have been believing in Manubhava, to become a good human being, and Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam has been our concept from time immemorial. Now it has become, you said, ma'am, initially that in education industry, actually I just don't take this as an industry. This is purely as a service. Like we call armed forces, it is a service. It is not a job, and we have to do service because it is our motherland. Country is our motherland, and similarly this has to be inculcated in the child from right from the initial years. That is why this education policy has given so much importance to early education, and that is why this pattern has been changed from 5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3, because initially just 1 to 12 the education, and then also from 6 to 8 it was taken by the government basically. So now this early education, child care and education, which has laid stress till from sixth class onwards, you will be getting a child what is or her aptitude is, and then you'll be start giving aptitude training. Now you see, this was the concept of Mahatma Gandhi, which we are now following. I'm just forgetting. Nai, sir Sharma sir will help me. Gandhi ji Nai Talim, which he propagated in 1937, that we have to go out of the classroom.
That's also from, yeah.
Yes. So that, sir. So that is what is required, and as far as discipline is considered, this has to be inherent part. And what sir has said about the parents teachers meeting and saying, because we cannot put everything on teacher. It has to be first teacher is mother, first teacher is home. And nowadays the kids are living in a place in metropolitan city or wherever they are, either a single child or they are living a nuclear family where there is nobody to teach them about the behavior which has to be done. Because the change which I see when I was in my I belong to Prayagraj, so I have done my education from Prayagraj only. So what I have seen there and what I'm seeing in Delhi, the perception of a child gets different from childhood, and that is what he learns. So basically, discipline has to be inherent part of the child right from childhood, because he has to exist and he has to coexist. See, in this pandemic situation, what Sharma sir was also telling has taught us a lot, and it has become an opportunity for us to discover how education has to be propagated to the lowest level, and the participation of private is a must. It has to be mixed, because government cannot do everything. Government can make SOPs, but then we have to follow the lines. And obviously there are bottlenecks in the government system also. I do agree with that. I have interacted with the people who are opening school, or who are into this, I will not call it a business at all, into this service. And it has to become a service. It has to become a service, and obviously you will reap the benefit out of it. But then the importance of the teacher training, which sir has just said, and this education policy has got this in roots, that teacher has to be trained. And I'll tell you one a very important aspect, that the National Council of Educational Research and Training was formed in 1961 on the lines of IITs and IIMs. These teachers training education regional institute of education were formed at Ajmer, Bhubaneswar, Bhopal, Mysore, and Shillong. And it was that anybody is interested in teaching profession, it was taken as a profession, as engineer, as a doctor. But then it was, see how back we have gone. And sir has rightly said that for 2 years and 1 years it is like a business, and degrees were distributed just like that. That is why you're not getting quality teachers. But now the 4 years will improve the quality of teachers very much. And that is why we are working on opening of RIs at RI Nellore is coming up, because these RIs, like Bhopal is catering for the entire south region, other than Mysore. Mysore is serving for the south region. Northeast we have got Shillong. For North India we have got Ajmer. But just imagine how one regional institute of education can cater for a large state like Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan. So basically, 5 or 6 states are catered from one regional institute of education. So I'm just carrying this. What do you ask about the discipline? And obviously, training in army has to be made compulsory or not. But then this NCC Scout can be made compulsory in the school, because right now these things are also withering out from the schools, and very few schools have got these things. So these are required, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Major. I think important point. Life skills is as important as the marks on the paper. You've touched upon the fact that it is the teacher, but it's also the parent taking forward what Dr. Gulati said. And of course, Professor Sharma very passionately spoke about skilling of teachers and quality. I'm going to go back to you, Dr. Gulati, because I want to touch upon the student point. quality of education and quality of learning is going to be important to be a progressive nation. That's the reform we want to talk about. Um, it's important that we recognize that we are pushing out 12 million children into industry every single year, and the numbers are only increasing. I think there are enough media reports to say, are they employable? Can they make a career out of it? Can they become entrepreneurs? Can they take the nation forward? In whatever way. You don't have to be an engineer, you can be a farmer. But is there enough skill in them to be employable? Because reforms are also about what we need to do for children. And it is related to the quality of curriculum then. Do we have to rethink what is this employability status as far as the reforms are concerned for the students?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to point out that as COVID indicated, most of the people were not working at their home places, they were working at different places. So first thing to be employable is you should be able to willing to go to a different place and live there. Now, when you live at a new place, you must know how to feed yourself, how to look after your place, clean up the place, and do all that. Now, there, you see, maybe in the early times, like my mother had a wonderful system. We were five children in the house, and she had distributed the work. For 2 years, I did the cleaning, and every day I would do the cleaning of the house. For 2 years, I was cleaning the utensils before going to sleep. Then, for 1 year, I was polishing the shoes of the whole family. For 1 year, I was ironing the clothes. For 2 years, I was doing the groceries, I was purchasing the groceries. So that way, by rotation, I learned everything that was required without any force. It was my duty, I always thought. And we were told that you will go and play after you finish your work. So we would quickly finish our work and go and play. That way I learned everything that made me fit to go and work anywhere I wanted. So that is one thing which presently just two parents, one child, they pamper the child so much, they make the child unfit for going and living anywhere in the rest of the world, out of the house. So that is one thing I think the parents must do. And if the parents don't do, then also the schools must take the children to community service, like you go to a gurdwara and do the service. At least you learn what is required, the basic things they learn there. So community service, I will teach you how to do service, and when you serve others, you can also serve yourself. So that is one essential thing which I feel is missing. Most of the people are not willing to move out of their comfort zone and then work. Otherwise, you can't work, and employability comes from moving out of your comfort zone. Second is, what I found, like in the US, they have these community colleges. But everybody doesn't have the aptitude to get into science or arts or commerce or whatever. So in Germany, they do an exam after fourth, then after eighth, and then move you out to the skill development sector. And once I have spent 8 years in skilling myself, then the respect I get because I'm an excellent carpenter or a mason or a welder, it's almost equal to a graduate engineer. Because I have learned it so well. Whenever, engineers, if they don't know how to practically implement the knowledge, then they are good for nothing. So, in New York, for instance, the engineer goes to the carpenter and asks him, I have this problem, how do you solve it? That respect remains in that. So, the vocational part of education, which the world has adopted through the community colleges, this we have ignored. We have kind of run it down. So, I feel all the schools, even the students who come in the day for normal schooling, in the evening there can be sessions for vocational education, for kind of like what community colleges do, or they could be even part-time, where the children can have 12 months to 2 year course, which could lead them for high skill, high wage jobs. Even dropouts could come and learn the things. People who already know the skill can upgrade their skill, and it should all be certified and also give them credits. why can't I get credits for learning carpentry? That way carpentry will become respectable, it will become acceptable. Nobody will make fun in my class that you are learning carpentry because I am getting three credits or many credits which will help me pass out of school. So because we are not giving credit for all this, which can be recorded in the final pass certificate. So that's why children are not opting for these. So I think we should list all the skills which are there: masonry, carpentry, electrician, plumbing, and motivate every child to pick up at least one skill, so that what we are doing, we are looking down upon people who work with hands. That will go. If during my school education I have done a skill and earned credit for that, then I'll never look down upon that skill at least. I'll understand that skills need effort and aptitude, and that's why the skill is there. And I must value the skill. Then if somebody is a carpenter, I shouldn't say, no, I give you only this much money, get lost. I can't do like that.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati. I think you've touched upon a very important point. I think Major Kumar reminded us that this is not an industry, this is service. And you've reminded us that even children should respect that they are serving a part in the community, in society. So I like the way the thought process is in terms of a reform. We're not criticizing, we're saying what can we do to make it sustainable. And these are all realistic ideas. I don't think you need any government policy to tell you to do this. This doesn't need a directive. This can be self-induced. So thank you so much for that. And I like the fact that life skills is important because if HR managers have to decide whether it's public or private children coming in, it's the ability to make a decision, to speak on the spot, to solve a problem, to get out of the pandemic in the best way possible. No textbook teaches you that. This is life skill that has to be embedded in every subject. So thank you for reminding us. That's the reformist policy. Professor Sharma, to bring you back into the spotlight, sir, थोड़ी बहुत legal requirements के बारे में पूछ ही लूँ, because there's a lot of pressure on me because you've been a part of so many committees. I'm forced to ask you that. It's, this may come from the private sector, but I'm guessing government also has procedures. Sir, there's a study done in Delhi कि एक school चलाने के लिए, I'm not talking about international schools, सादी school चलाने के लिए 155 documents, 55 steps, 125 documents. वो one document से दूसरे document में जाने के लिए एक साल लग जाता है, sir. Can we fast track? The world is moving there. आज तो भाजी भी हम online खरीदते हैं. What can we do to move forward? Because it's been a while, sir. We've been free for many years, but we're not free of paperwork. So some thoughts on it, please.
Thank you very much for asking that question, which is very close to my heart. This process started with Macaulay. We never had a system like this. Education, and before entering, that's why I entered late, I was talking to Central University of Jharkhand on the same issue. Education in India intrinsically has been society driven. Society decided what and how would it manage its education. Macaulay deliberately did it because the government wanted to handle it. You give me the tax, you give me your money, I will manage your money by appointing teacher, appointing inspectors. First send a teacher, then an inspector to inspect that teacher. The teacher will not come to the school, so the inspector will fine him, or a caucus was created to take away the societal control on education. When Gandhi spoke on it in the Central Hall of London, there was a furore, and then you had a whole study of India. Read The Beautiful Tree by Dharampal, and it says everything. We did not change it since 47. We are still continuing with that. I am very critical of the bureaucracy in education, because bureaucracy controls education. Till you have that, till you have official line in controlling education, you will not be able to change it. And that has become more and more powerful since 47. Extension of it was the Right to Education Act. Exactly now answering your question. The Right to Education Act defined a school. Such and such piece of land, the classroom size this, the principal room this, the hall has to be this size, and all those who were contributing. How is Mr. Gulati entitled to teach? Does he have a B.Ed? Has he been to a B.Ed college? He might have gone to IIT. He is interested in education. He might be a Gijubhai Vadeka, but he doesn't have a B.Ed.
Yeah.
So we eliminated all those who wanted to contribute in the society by bringing such acts and rules. I have been a co-traveler of the National Education Policy right from the day it was conceived by Smriti Irani ji till it was submitted on 29 July. I have been a co-traveler. I am privy to every development. The concern was how to bring back them. The philanthropist, you will see the words used.
Yeah.
How to bring the philanthropist back. Fatima ji, let me remind you that we have 1 lakh single teacher school, what we call as Ekal Vidyalaya. These teachers get 800 rupees a month for chalk, duster, some paper for the children, some toys. 800 rupees a month to 1000, and they teach 30 children every day, 3 hours a day. Can government do it? No. As soon as the government tells me you are appointed teacher, I will say where is my perk and what is the basic? How can I be on 6,000? The Falana gets 6,600 and all this gets into that stuff. Leave it to the society. Tell Gulatis I have to teach. He will go and teach. He won't even ask for a penny. He enjoys teaching. But we said no. Under right to education, you don't have a B.Ed, you cannot teach. Please don't teach my children. You are illegal. This policy will bring back the previous system. We have introduced ideas. Read closely between the lines. The right to education will be amended very soon. We have already worked on it. We have identified what has to be changed, and very soon, had pandemic not come, we would have seen the new bill in the parliament amending right to education. So what will it do? Fatima Agarkar wants to collect 20 children. I know. I was on the commission, Cape committee with Mrs. I'm forgetting her name. She is a film actress as well.
Mrs. Swaroop?
Swaroop, yes. Yes, Swaroop. We worked very closely together. So she wants to teach, but she doesn't have a master's as well. She was doing her master's in somewhere America. Now, all such people who want to contribute in the society should be allowed to. There should be a core curriculum which we should know that children must learn this. All our grandmothers used to sit on the veranda of the temple. We did not have required to have a building. Now, as soon as you say that I want to teach, I will tell you where is the school. Go and sit on the veranda of temple, collect 20 children, and you want to make them painters. You want to make them dancers. 33 themes we had identified right in the beginning of the policy. I was here spearheading 2 teams on vocational education and non-formal education. Let me share with you, I traveled across India to meet children, parents, school teachers and all. Ranchi DPS girl, a very bright girl. She was topper. She was told to me by the principal, she is very bright. She told me, sir, if given a chance, I would have liked to become a dancer. And she was daughter of the most prominent doctor of Ranchi. She said, my parents want me to go to IIT. So I am studying physics, chemistry, mathematics. I went to Guwahati. This was you can call it an elite school, DPS Ranchi. I went to Guwahati to a government school, very common. There the girls said the same thing, exactly the same thing. सर मेरा पहला शौक है डांस सीखना, मैं डांस ही सीखना चाहती हूँ, डांसर बनना चाहती हूँ लाइफ में, लेकिन ये पढ़ाया नहीं जाता है. Let me share with you. I have been chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling. We have made it free. You take physics with economics and dancing. You take mountaineering with economics and chemistry. It's your choice. Thanks. I work very closely with Anita Karwalji. This is now part of your policy.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is now part of your policy. Second, Why should you write your board exam only in March? The National Institute of Open Schooling conducts board exam every day of the year. Do you know that? For 10 years. Now this is part of CBSE. We have liberalized many things through the policy. I won't be able to delineate all. At the moment, we have liberalized many things and we are going to do that. You will see a very different India 2030. और इसका सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री 2 बार देश को एड्रेस कर चुके हैं 29 जुलाई के बाद 6 अगस्त को और 11 सितंबर को बहुत बढ़िया बात उन्होंने कही यू हैव द पॉलिटिकल विल विथ यू एंड माय सपोर्ट इज विथ यू एंड Fatima ma'am, first time a prime minister comes and says to the school principals are rarely recognized. The classroom teachers are rarely recognized. He addressed them and said, अब आपके हाथ में है, इंप्लीमेंट तो आप ही करेंगे और मैं आपके साथ हूं. ये बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण है कि आप निश्चिंत रहिए कि ये पॉलिसी बहुत फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग है, भारत परक है, भारत बदलेगा और 2025 तक बदलेगा. दो बहुत बड़े चीज कारण है एक तो प्रधानमंत्री का विल है शिक्षा पर जोर है और हमारे साथ अनीता कारवाल हैं जो कि बिल्कुल समझती है कैसे बदलना है और वो स्पेयर हेड कर रही हैं. पहला प्रमाण 29 जुलाई को ये कैबिनेट में आया 31 जुलाई को अनीता कारवाल ने सारे स्टेट सेक्रेटरीज को चिट्ठी लिख दिया कि आप लोग ऐसे ऐसे चेंज करिए और सारे स्टेट में कमिटी बन गए और सब जगह चेंज ऑलरेडी इंप्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है. I am part of many states.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. I have to say you have infused, given us a lot of confidence as educators, as people looking at serving the children of this nation.
Exactly.
And that's very important, Professor Sharma. I think what you've also told us is that this is a liberalization document. Let's look at it that we read between the lines. I know a lot of educators are missing the points. I think you brought the emphasis back. We're looking forward to these reforms, and I like the fact that it's child-centric. We're thinking about children. Policy makers, decision makers are going and talking to actually the customer. Sorry, Major Kumar.
The beneficiaries. The beneficiary.
The beneficiary. Thank you, Professor Sharma. Very important. Mr. Kumar, Major Kumar, I have to bring you in because I think this is an important point when we're talking about child-centric education and we're talking about these reforms and we have good people thinking about direction. It's going to be the principal who's going to execute like Professor Sharma said, a lot of onus there. But eventually it's the children. And you know one size does not fit all. You've spoken about early childhood education and its relevance. I say in my classroom, बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो मिडिल में होते हैं वो हैप्पी गो लकी नॉट टू मेनी एस्पिरेशंस दे जस्ट whether it's sport, whether it's dance, whether it's music, whether it's academics, we should have everything within us. So what are we doing for the brains? Why are we still losing it to the Western world? And I have to say, because I keep seeing students go abroad and the students who are doing well, they come back and then they serve, but we've lost them for a period of time. That period is also important. So how do we do it? How can there be some sort of common core standard? And I don't want to differentiate between private and public. For me, every child matters. That's a citizen of India. We have to go ahead as a country. So what is this we can do? What kind of reforms? Baseline, sir, is not good enough. Baseline is just saying, हाँ ये बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, ये बच्चे नहीं पढ़ते, इनको English आता है, इनको math नहीं आता. What can we do more? Is there something we can do, Major? Because you've worked in different industries. You've been in the army, banking, academics. Any reforms as far as that is concerned? So you're on mute.
Ma'am, this is a very relevant question, and you see the discussion in the direction which is going on. Sir has cleared a lot of many points of the education. Now the question of aptitude has come out. what you are saying, now in this education policy also, we have got a unified entrance examination kind of a thing, which is one major cause that even after getting 97%, 98%, child is very fearful that he'll not get admission in a good college. Now, what is the definition of a good college? Why can't all colleges be good? It is only the difference of the teachers. And if you get, the cream, if you get only the cream, like only the students who are doing good. And one more example, what sir has given, that one has to move in the field in which one is passionate about. But we are forcing the children to become a doctor or an engineer or an IS officer, or I know many friends who wanted to join army, but their parents say no, you don't have to join army. Whereas in army it is only you are well aware of how army works, and how many shortage of officers is going on from so many years. But you have to have those qualities, those OLQs, and don't require toppers only. But in all other field, like what sir has also said, you have to inculcate respect for other professions. Then only children will go into different professions. And the bright child or a dull child, I don't agree with this, because all five fingers are not equal. So the admission to the colleges, to the local schools, to the local university, they also have to come up. And when they come up, it has become a fashion also. See, it is one is need. Need is that when you don't get that combination, then you don't get that subject, when you don't have good teachers, like I don't want to name many universities, but what sir has said, that there is a control of bureaucracy and all, but then there has to be mix of everything. A good teacher will always not be a good administrator. And this I have seen. I am not from the education sector, and but I have come, and from last 10, 15 years, what I'm seeing is very few teachers, very few good academicians are good administrator. CV Sharma might be a good administrator also, along with an academician, but I have seen that they are not very many times. Sir, you will agree with me. I hope you will agree with me, sir. So there has to be a mix of administration. Otherwise, what happens? The teachers jumps into administration, and he leaves his forte. He leaves, and there is no teacher to teach the subject. Then you tell me where the student will go. You go and interview the universities, the higher education system, where you'll have research scholar teaching the subject. Now you tell me where in Delhi University or in some good universities where teachers are teaching and students are being imparted, because the student comes to get education. And whatever I am today, it is all because of my teachers. I am in touch with my teacher of class second also, and my graduation and post graduation teachers also. So the thing is that this is one very important reason that why students are migrating, because they see that there is no future. Yes, you have to become a good human being, but at the same time you have to build your career also. You have to exist in the society also. So this is one reason I think schools have to come up with that level, and this is possible. What you were also saying, ma'am, that a private public mix, contribution of society. What sir was saying, that society driven schools and all. So obviously there will be less migration. You answer me one question, ma'am. Why the students who were studying abroad, when the pandemic happened, they came back to India? So we can't leave our roots, but at the same time, that inculcation of love to motherland, the discipline and respect for all jobs, that will inculcate students also, and to the parents also. Because those who are studying in Prayagraj, they want to come to Delhi, Mumbai or Calcutta, and those who are residing in Delhi, they want to go to London, America. So this is just the change of mentality has to happen in us only.
Thank you very much, Major Kumar. I'm going to say, Entab, you have done a disservice to this very celebrated lineup of panelists, because with their collective wisdom, I think we could speak for another 4 hours. I want to continue to listen to Dr. Gulati, Professor Sharma, and Major Kumar. I'm going to say you might have to do an encore, but in the interest of time, and I know we've committed to 1:30, and I know all you gentlemen have other webinars to go to. May I take some closing comments from all three panelists? We haven't even touched about technology. We haven't even touched about building capacity. We haven't even touched upon, value education. I'm hoping with your closing comments, very quickly, you can bring out two or three things to leave our audience with something to think about. You've given us a lot of enthusiasm as far as the reforms are concerned. We're excited. If you can conclude with your closing comments to make sure that enthusiasm lasts forever. Dr. Gulati, would you like to start, please? Followed by Professor Sharma and then Major Kumar.
Fatima ji, one thing I learned which was very important. See, when parents decide which school to send, first question they ask me, उस school में drugs तो नहीं है. So the drugs part is becoming very, very important. And I studied this. I went to NIMHANS and I talked to Professor Benegal there. He said there is something called adverse childhood experience, which has happened in a child's life, which ultimately leads to things like street violence, high-risk sex behavior, and rash driving, and ultimately to drugs also, depression, all addiction, all these things. So he said that somewhere as a nation, if we can just do this much, that we train the teachers to identify children who have had adverse childhood experience. Because there are some 23, 24 reasons which lead to adverse childhood experience. If we can slowly counsel and bring those children who have had adverse childhood experience, if we can heal them during the schooling itself, then they would not get into drugs at all. You know, what he said, those who have already got into drugs, the chemical formulations, so many are available, they'll leave one drug, they'll give some other drug. But if you can heal the adverse childhood experience, then these people will not get into drugs at all. So that was a very big learning point which I had, and which our society is not working. Because you see, if we invest in the child and do all that, and then finally he becomes a drug addict, we have lost everything. All the investment has gone down the drain, and it's a threat. It's a problem for the nation itself, because he'll hurt himself, he'll hurt others also. So I think we should, from the school's point of view, we should look at counseling of the children, learn how to identify this adverse childhood experience, and then try to heal. And the bullying and all which goes in school, all those things also, the teachers must learn how to identify those hotspots and heal them, because that way ultimately, like, parents have only one or two children today. They want to be very secure that my child will not go off track. So that's one part on which I think we should seriously invest. And one last point, if we have gifted children, why not acknowledge them? Why not have special programs without blaming rest of the students? Just some program for the gifted children, some program for the slow learners.
Perfect.
So, yeah, rather than one shoe fits all. So,
perfect. Thank you, Dr. Gulati. That was very useful, because we need to talk about socio-emotional learning. We have to focus on mental health. We have to eradicate all that before we can even begin to conceptualize. Professor Sharma, very quickly, closing comments, followed by Major Kumar.
I will say, because I'm privy to many things, be ready for changes. You'll see an entirely different education system in years to come. Yeah. One, two, I will suggest all that Gulati Saab said, I can see through. Why is it happening? Why our children are into drug? Why children from families which are close-knit not into it? My son went to IIT Bombay, straight to MIT, very prosperous financial advisor globally. At the age of 27, I cannot explain the achievements he has done, but very close to the roots. I am never afraid he will go astray. Now, be ready with your ideas. Major Harsh will be at the center of all the changes. We have already embarked on the National Curriculum Framework. You will see a very different curriculum. When the pandemic came, one of the American doctors made a very strong comment. You spent all your money on Maradona. Go and ask the remedy for pandemic to him. Why are you asking me? You never spent on doctors. Did India spend on teachers? Why are you now worried? Your children are not studying at home. Did you teach your teachers well? We have learned many lessons, and I would only again reiterate, presently the system is in very safe hands. We are very determined, and we are ready with the roadmap is clear to us. Be ready for great changes in education, beginning with curriculum, then the processes, structure. I think in next 5 years you will see a completely different Bharat.
On that very optimistic note about a Bharat that we love prospering, Major Kumar, last word.
I'll say just one line, ma'am, because we have not spoken about technology much, but we have to have a mix of education which will go. So just one line, that technology is to empower us. It should not overpower us. We have to keep a check on that, and because our kids are into online mode and they can go anywhere. In fact, NCRT has issued a guidelines also for digital education, but then it has to be implemented, and the parents, the teachers, they have to be very careful. For this one line, I'll close. You said that only one line you want. The technology is to empower us and not to overpower us.
Thank you, Major. Now I know why I respect armed forces so much, because you were spot on. Thank you, gentlemen. You were brilliant. We are serving our nation. We are going to respect our teachers. We're going to give children opportunities. Professor Sharma has given us a sneak peek into the next 5 years. We're looking optimistically. Dr. Gulati reminded us that we need subject matter expertise. We could have benchmarks for teachers. Lots of ideas, lots of reforms. And I think we've done a good job in putting together an overview.
Yes,
and on
ma'am,
that note,
absolutely.
we've only overshot by 2 minutes.
No problem,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, Fatima, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Sharma, sir. Thank you so much, Major, sir, for coming. It was lovely hearing all of you. And I'm pretty sure my subscribers and my Janta, they could gain some key points from it. And yes, the changes will be coming. And on that note, we should move on to our next session. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure to be moderating, gentlemen. A real pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right. So moving forward, now let me quickly introduce our next panelist for the session. The next session is for bootstrapping, how to bootstrap the schools, and how to expand them. And for this session, we have the stalwarts of education industry, from Amol Arora sir to Raghav Pada sir to Sandeep Prachapande sir. Everybody is there. So as soon as they join in, I will let you know. And before, we have a special guest with us as well, and the moderator for the show will be Sneha Rathore ma'am. And before we begin, let me quickly play a video for my subscribers, and in the meanwhile, they will be joining. So just don't go anywhere. We'll just begin. So I have with us Sneha Rathore ma'am. She will be moderating this session, and I have a very special guest with us as well. He's a mentor to many people, and upon special request, he has finally come. And so let me quickly introduce you to the moderator of the show, of this particular panel. She is Sneha Rathore. She is the CEO of Sanford Group of Schools, and she's a PG researcher in childhood studies and early years from Leeds Beckett University, and Bachelor of Commerce from Delhi University. She is known as the youngest early years and parenting expert in India, and she was awarded as the youngest edupreneur of the year 2018. Sneha ma'am, welcome on board. Over to you.
Thank you, Himanshu. It's such a pleasure to be moderating this wonderful session. Such powerful personalities that we have today. Such an honor to see you, Shiv Khera sir. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence.
Welcome, Shiv Khera, sir. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming, for agreeing to
Grateful.
come.
Thank you. Am I audible to you?
Absolutely, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Amol,
Thank
sir,
you.
thank you so much for coming. First of all, let me extend thank you to each and every one of you. Abha ma'am, Archana ma'am. Thank you everybody for coming. We're just wait. Yes, even Raghav sir is here now. Because I was just in a session prior to this one as well. And yes, finally, after a span of 1.5 years, I've finally gotten hold of Raghav sir. So I told you,
Good
sir, I will.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, sir. Loud and clear. After 1.5 years, you're finally here.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Anirudh Gupta, sir, is also here. So, Sneha, ma'am, you can begin with the program.
I hope everybody's there. I think one person is missing right now, as I could see.
Anirudh Gupta, sir, is also here.
Hi, Sneha. Hi, Raghav.
Hi, Anirudh. How are you?
All well. How are you, Amol?
Bas.
I'm good. आज रिलैक्स मूड में लग रहे हो?
Yeah,
By the way-
Anirudh is not sitting in his office today.
By the way, guys, we're live
Like in
on
his
YouTube.
cabin today.
By the way, guys, we're live on YouTube.
The office next to my office. This is a small conference room.
Oh, great.
This is the unofficial office.
Yes.
How are you? All well?
Sure, Amol, you have unofficial offices in all parts of India.
True.
All right, so let's begin. Sneha, ma'am, you can begin. We'll wait for Pratima, ma'am. She'll join in and I'll punch it in. Don't worry.
Okay, so
She's here.
she'll join in and then you're going to go live?
Ma'am, we're
She's here,
already
I think.
live, by the way.
Okay. Okay.
So she's here as well.
She's
Pratima,
here.
ma'am, is already here.
Okay. Okay.
And Shiv Khera, sir, is also here. So let's begin, ma'am.
Okay. Hi everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all hearty and healthy. And I must say, it's such an incredible panel that we have today. Such a powerful panel. And indeed, it's my pleasure to moderate this session. So, first of all, I would like to introduce everybody on the panel today. So, a warm welcome to Shiv Khera, sir, first of all, from all of our side for your presence.
Thank you.
And then we have with us Mr. Raghav Podar, who is from Podar Group. We have with us Mr. Anirudh Gupta, who is the CEO of the renowned DCM Group of Schools. Then we have with us Mr. Amol Arora, who is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Shamrock and Shamford Group of Schools. We also have with us Mrs. Archana Goenka, who is the founder trustee of CP Goenka Group of Schools. Welcome, Archana ji, on the panel. We have with us Ms. Abha Meghi, who is the director of Meghi Group of Schools. Welcome on board, ma'am.
Hello.
And we have with us Sandeep Panch Pandey. Hi, Sandeep ji. Who is the chairman of ASM Group of Institute, a premier trust providing institute from KG to PhD. And we have with us Mrs. Pratima Sinha, who holds a position of Chief Executive Officer at DSR Education Society, Hyderabad. Welcome on board, ma'am.
Thank you.
So today, the session that we are doing, the topic of the session is bootstrapping and expanding your school into multiple locations. So to begin this session, I would ask Mr. Raghav Podar, Raghav ji, as you have a network of 131 educational institutes spread across nation. So what do you mean by bootstrapping in K-12? So we always talk about how preschools grow into multiple locations using their resources. So what in your, what do you think? What does bootstrapping mean in K-12?
Of course, Neha, and good afternoon to everyone watching. Namaste to everyone. Bootstrapping essentially is a concept where it's the entrepreneur or the entrepreneur and his family are the ones who are contributing their own personal resources into the development of whatever the organization might be. So in this case, if we're talking about schools, it's the individual contributions of the family or of the entrepreneur themselves, and not taking outside support in terms of financing or raising money from outside. That's what bootstrapping is essentially. In K-12, it's exactly the same thing. So you can have bootstrapping where entrepreneurs have put in their own hard-earned money into and resources, time, effort into building their organization. So it's essentially that for K-12. The lop side of that, of course, is totally different because education, of course, is not for profit. So a lot of people are raising a lot of voices that you can't be hypocritical about it. There's no point in the hypocrisy on the not for profit because one is you expect your entrepreneurs to come and put their houses on the line, put their families on the line, put all of that as collateral, and then after that you're supposed to be holier than thou, which is good for some people who can do it. But then why the hypocrisy with the learning apps? There are learning apps that are valued at $11 billion, and that's also an educational service provider. How come that one can make profit? Or let's talk about coaching classes or tuition classes. That's a parallelly run education system that's going on, which is making massive profit, no regulation whatsoever. They can be charging 2 lakhs of fees, and nobody raises a doubt or an eyebrow about why are you raising charging so much. But when a school charges,
they're fully profitable and everybody's making money. But
absolutely, but when a school changes its fees from 50,000 to 53,000 in a year, then it's obviously all hell breaks loose and things are going crazy. How can you do that and all? But if it's a coaching class or a tuition class, they can be charging 2 lakh in the next year, charging 3 lakh. No problem. What's the issue? So let's not live in a hypocritical world. Let's eliminate that hypocrisy and keep a simple level playing field for all.
Right. I mean, absolutely. This has been much debated, and on this point, I would like a very mature and a very expert, words from Shiv Khera sir. So, what do you have to say on this? That it has been a constant, debate that schools should be for profit. I mean, this is basically the government's job that we are doing, and it's still not for profit. And as Dagavji said, that the coaching centers, they're making money and they're earning money, and still the private schools, the private K-12 schools in India can hardly raise their fees.
Well, all I can say is, Sneha, that any organization that is not making profits by any standard, that's a dying organization. It'll die out.
Right.
And at one time, going back about 25, 30 years ago, if you recall, maybe might not, pretty young group here, but about that time, 30 years ago, pretty much most schools all over the country and colleges, they were owned by politicians or people who were totally well connected, totally well connected. They had monopoly. And because of that, the monopoly was a matter of demand and supply. And there were people, for every one seat, there were probably 10,000 people waiting outside. So, I mean, you didn't have to go out and sell and do anything of those things. And literally, there were profits which were made in cash or in kind. If you didn't make in cash, you made in kind. So the politician was well connected. He said, all right, I'll give you one seat, provided you do these 10 things for me on the other side. So the guy was making money on the other side. And this is really what the politicians have done so far. And I don't think anybody can question this. And this is really where they have kept the country so backward. And it just did not make sense. It has been a great disservice to the country from that perspective.
Right.
Okay. But going forward, all I can say is you people are a lot more qualified than I am, though I've been into education, into leadership training for Fortune 50 companies and Fortune 100 companies, Lufthansa. I've been living in US for the past 45 years. But you see, you're talking of multiple locations. Why should it make sense or not? Well, I've been talking to a lot of startups. And my only one thing has been that, look, When you start out anything, start small. Always start small. Because people keep saying, well, start big, start big, start big. I say absolutely incorrect. Don't ever do it. Start small, think big. Start small, think big. What reason why I say that? Simple reason is no matter what business you are in, the Poddar family or Gupta family, anybody, or if they are running big, big businesses, no matter what business, whether you started or parents started, invariably starting up any business or any enterprise for that matter, uh, there are mistakes going to happen. Guaranteed there will be mistakes. And if you start big, your mistake will be big. With the result, you will not be able to recover. So always start small. And when you start small, when your mistakes are there, your mistakes will be small also. And they'll be behind you. And then after that, your mistakes are behind you, shoot big, then scale up, which is really what some sensible people have done. And that's the way to go. But to answer your question, I personally feel their profit is a good word. There must be a profit. This hypocrisy ought to be out of the system. And I think a lot of educations that are sitting there running so many hundreds of institutions, I think we should create a lobby. I repeat, we should create a lobby. People like Raghav and everybody having 150, 200, 500 institutions. Why should we not make a lobby? And at the same time, if by not making it, we become vulnerable. Vulnerable is the word. Anytime somebody does a little kind of something entrap you and say, oh, you made a profit. Now you become a criminal. You literally are on the back foot and now you are on the defensive, which is rubbish.
Right.
So when you are providing a good service, and all I can say to you is one thing in the closing part, I've been doing corporate training for the past 35 years. And whenever we do corporate training, which includes schools also, by the way, and we say what we are doing in a corporate today is repair work. We are repairing here. Now, if you prepare them, you won't have to repair them. Where do you prepare them? You prepare them in schools and colleges. And sadly, many schools and colleges are not doing that. And in fact, the dean of James Cook University from Australia attended our program, and they have actually partnered with us now. And we are setting up a whole center of leadership excellence for James Cook University in Singapore. And we have created a program, special program for colleges and schools called Prepare Them, Don't Repair Them. Repair them, don't repair them. And this is where I feel it is a fiduciary responsibility to do it. And that's about it. So to answer your question, absolutely, we must make a lobby out of it. At the same time, you are forceful enough because of your coming from big business houses. I think you have a clout. It is time to utilize that clout for the good. People for the bad, a lot of things, but it is time that we stand up for ourselves and be proud of it. I think we're doing a great job for the country. We are serving the country as a soldier, just besides being at the front. But yes, we are standing by it as building future soldiers. We are building future soldiers in our schools.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I totally go by your words, what you've just said. We talk about frontline warriors, doctors, nurses, and people who have been fighting this pandemic in the forefront. But I think teachers have been a great, corona warriors because even after all these difficulties and everything, they have been constantly doing their job just because they know they are teachers and they have to raise the youth of this country. And it's high time that we realize the importance of the educators and the teachers, the educational leaders and the teachers in this country, no doubt. I mean, thank you so much, Shiv Khera, sir, for your wonderful words. And I absolutely, this has been much debated that there should be a proper lobby as it happens in other sectors as well for schools, whereas then we can talk about what is right and what is the way forward for education in India. So it needs to be more structured, more defined, no doubt. So moving on to Anirudh I mean, on the similar line, I would like to ask you, seeing the current scenario where the private schools feel helpless, as we're not getting any support from the government side, and the schools are also shutting. I was reading an article by TOI, and there were thousands of schools in India are shutting due to pandemic. So, what do you think if education was for private, for profit, will be in a better situation now? And what do you think? What is the next? How do we repair all this that has happened during the pandemic? That the schools have shut. Those students who were studying in those schools, what will happen to them, and how are we going to come out of it? So you're on mute.
Thank you, Sneha, and I totally endorse what Mr. Shiv Khera just mentioned. You see, we are running educational institutions since 1946, so we are going into our 75th year in the next 3 months. So looking back, though I don't have regret, and our family don't have any regret. But at times, when we get to listen all these, issues like fee hike, and there's so much of over regulatory environment which we are into. One looks back and thinks, like, had we been in any other business per se, I mean, things would have been much different. So, absolutely, I mean, it's high time, we were expecting that, this issue will be addressed in the new national education policy. So, however, like things haven't been taken up by the government till now. You see, the K-12 segment in India is one of the largest, in the world. Fine, we have almost 1.5 million schools with almost 250 million students, and schools have been growing at CAGR of 2.5%. Like from 1.2 million in 2005 to almost 1.5 million in 2015. And out of these, 1.5 million schools, 25% are the private K-12 schools. Fine, I mean, and if I look at the entire economy, like Indian education system is USD 1.33 billion, and out of this, 56 billion is coming from education sector itself, and out of which 40% billion has been invested by the private entrepreneurs in K-12 segment only. So, looking into the enormity of the situation, and if the government opens it for profit, with whatever regulations they want to put in, I think it will be win-win situation. If there are more schools, the fee structure will automatically come down. There will be no problem of admissions. Government will be earning revenue out of it. So I do not see, like N. Raghav has said, let not be a hypocrite. Let's accept that, this is the fact that, there are educational institutions being run for profit. Though, I mean, there are all kinds of schools, schools being run by the missionaries, by trust, schools being run for charitable purposes. But there's a large segment, and rightly so, because, if we have the dreams and aspirations of to take India and, at a, top pedestal, in the global rankings, the private, investment, the private entrepreneurs, the effort from the segment is here to stay, and we can't ignore the contribution of all these people. So it's high time, the government looks at it. The government looks into the FDI, into the K-12 segment. So there is, it has to be level playing field. It cannot be, step motherly treatment for the private sector. I mean, if there are SOPs, or if, like, for example, CBSE has certain conditions in the affiliation by norms for the schools, it should be equally applicable to both the government and the private schools. There has to be a level playing field. Fine. And another point, which I like to raise here is that, what is happening, especially in our part of the world, the regulator has become a competitor. How can you win a match when you are, your opponent is the referee also?
Right.
So there are a lot of issues, which we all have been combating, and I think the government will soon realize. The government is coming up with, like, we have NEP after 34 years. The government has come up with the programs like Atal Innovation Mission. So the government has recognized the contribution of the elementary education. So, I mean, step by step, the government is moving forward, things are opening up, and I think, in the future, we'll have a very, very serious discussion or consideration to take into account, this aspect that, the schools have to be for profit. And, like Raghav said, when allied services like coaching institutes, you know, eye centers, all these visa centers, there's so many, tuition centers, all the other companies, who are making profit out of schools. When everybody else, higher education, the universities can make profit, the management institutes can make profit. Why only schools are made as
Yeah.
why so I fail to understand the rationale, that why only schools? And they're doing human work. I mean, Mr. Shiv Khera said that Mr. Khera, we have a school right on the Indo-Pak border. So not only that, we are working on creating future soldiers. We are like the first line of defense for the country. So our contribution, like a family like ours, who has invested there, whatever time, blood, and effort into it, facing wars, floods, raising the institutions has not been easy. Rather than appreciating, the effort, just a small reason, and you are taking to a talk. So it's not justified, and you said that, almost more than 1,500 schools, are about to close. So is the government in a position to cater to all those students, if the private schools close? So there are a lot of questions, to my mind, but just for the sake of time, I will not like to raise all the points, but it's high time, and my heart goes out to all those people, those who have invested their lifetime money into education, and now due to COVID and otherwise due to this regulatory framework and this activism, what we have been facing all these years. I mean, they are in doldrums, they don't know how to run the school. So I think this is a very, very serious thing which, all the stakeholders, parents should also understand that it's not easy to run a school. Fine. So all stakeholders need to think and take it with the relevant quarters of the government. And I'm sure, the government will consider this aspect and, come out with some new policy about it.
Absolutely, absolutely, Anirudhji. I mean, rightly said. So, some things that I would pick from what you just said is, I think, very important, and it's high time that we talk about having FDI in education. Why not? It is such a big sector, and to the statistics that we see, we are not able to cater to the number of students that we have in India. We do not have sufficient schools. And where are we going to create so many schools for such a large population? We need a lot of investment, and where the investment is going to come. So if the investment is going to come, we need to have a profitable venture. Then only will the investment come. So
Yeah, personally, a lot of people who are planning to venture into K-12 segment, open more schools, they become shy of investing in this field.
absolutely.
Also, I mean, few years back and few months back, they were very, very excited, and they had plans to set up world-class institutions. Now they are looking into other avenues. So this is a loss, it has to be the more the merrier. So the policies have to be enabling policies, not counterproductive.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you want to say something, Shiv sir? Yeah.
In fact, I would stand by what Anurag just said. A case in point, he said they're shying away and not coming forward. I am one case right here. I had 12 acres of land, touching Delhi, Chhatarpur, and Gurgaon area. You can't find more prime property than that. I was looking to set up a premium business school in India, which even today people claim it, but they don't still have it. And I put in about 4 or 5 crores to check up on I was going unaccredited without any approval from the AICT or anybody for that matter, because you need constant approvals, and every 2 years you want, every 1 year the day that you don't like your face or you don't pay them money, they cancel the approvals. I was going totally unaccredited, so we had done a survey. We had to only fill 60 seats, only 60, unaccredited. And we had got almost 5,000 applicants with money coming forward. And after pulling 3-4 crores, eventually I said, I'm a misfit. I don't think I can run a school business here. I cannot. I pulled out and I canceled after losing that money. So what Anurag just said, a case in point is right here. A guy willing to put in money, and I put in already. I packed up and I closed. I took a beating and closed it. So I second what he just said, and that is hurtful to the country. That is really, really hurtful to the country. And I think it's high time that at least this little discussion that you and I are having, I hope the finance minister, sorry, the education minister sees it, and I hope the prime minister gets this message.
Absolutely.
Just having a discussion between you and us doesn't mean anything. See, this message must get to the education minister, must get to the prime minister, and if they still don't open their eyes, that means then they don't have intent to do anything right.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, how are we going to really bring on the world-class education and transform
That's right.
in India? I mean, we have to build that possibility. Pratima ji, yeah, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on a point on what Anirudh spoke about coaching classes. CBSE doesn't allow the schools to have coaching classes in the school itself.
Right.
I personally feel if we get that, if we can start the coaching classes in the school itself, our teachers will also benefit as well as our students. So this is a very sore point, and I wanted to actually talk about it.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So my next question is to Amolji. So looking at the current scenario, which is very unique and challenging in itself. So what do you think about expanding right now? Because, as we see, there's a lot of turbulence in education right now. So many schools are out there which are not able to sustain because of the COVID situation, and they need to be taken care of. And there are big education houses as well who are thinking to take over these schools and try to run them even at this situation. What do you think about expansion during COVID in the current situation?
Yes, thank you, Sneha. I think, can I just answer the points that Anirudh and Pratimaji has also raised? Because I think the counter opinion on Pratimaji's straight away reaction is, if CBSE allows after school coaching in schools, what schools will end up doing is sending all the children to the coaching classes, which happens a lot. See, the problem, why do rules come in? Why do draconian rules come in? Is because people have taken advantage of that. And why do people do that? Because good people don't want to open a school, which comes down to the root cause. If you're saying invest crores of your money, but don't take out a single rupee, what kind of person in the right mind will invest? People will say, I know how to manage the situation. I know how to, like Shivji said, Mr. Shiv said that, I can purpose people who know how to manage these people. Those kind of people end up setting up schools. And those kind of crooked people will also find means to send all their kids to coaching classes and use school as a recruitment ground for their coaching classes where they will make a lot of money. So unfortunately, that's the world we live in. And also, second fact is we live in a democracy. So the plea of school owners and managements, we have 1 vote or 5 votes if you count the whole family. But you got 1,000 votes of parents. So unfortunately, this is a side effect of democracy, that the politician is always going to think till the next election. And it sounds, making profits in education sounds so dirty to hear at the onset without thinking maturely. So I think there needs to be debate, as Mr. Shiv said, not only at forums like this, at a broader level, as a country need to be mature with the concept of education as a service, but as a service provider also, in which if you are transparent with what you're offering and you're charging people for that, people should not have any qualms on where that money goes, as long as you've been transferred. So there's the difference between profiting and profiteering. I think that's where the difference is. And right now, we seem to have got these two words mixed, because schools have also not behaved well, right? We hear of schools who increase their fee by 40%. What do parents do? They cannot shift their houses just because that's the only school in the area. We hear of schools forcing parents to buy 5 sets of uniform because there's a commission in every uniform that they buy. We hear of schools forcing parents to buy books beyond MRP prices in spite of getting a commission. We know that 20-30% commission for school, but yet schools are not they still are so greedy. They want to increase prices beyond the MRP as well. So 90% of schools are not doing it, but the 10% of schools which do it, they get exposed in the media, the politicians, the bureaucrats, and suddenly the whole school management industry gets a bad name. Today, saying that you're a school owner is not the same sense of pride that you had maybe 20 years back, that I run schools. Today, people look at it as you're crooked or something. And that unfortunately needs to change. The good people, and Mr. Anil Swarup, for example, started this, the nexus of good. So we have to, the good people in education need to come together and have a mature discussion that this country needs investment in education. The highest ROI for the country is not roads, airports, it's education, and that to school education. You fix school education, the child is set for life. It's like saying that pollution to aane do, we have hospitals. Giving those Rajiv Gandhi Yojanas and all are like banded on a cancer. And the only way we stop this cancer is by getting investment into education. Get the best of minds to come into education, get the best of good money to come into education rather than crooked money. As Mr. Shiv said earlier, it was always the politicians' money coming into schools. Let's get good money into education, and that's how we solve this thing. So that's my answer to those things. And now coming down to expansion right now, I think it's just unfortunate. Right now, all schools are in a bad financial state. Some cities, 20-30% of fees is coming. Parents are not paying fees. And for schools, there's no way to understand whether the genuinely a parent cannot pay fees or they are taking advantage of the situation. And you cannot withdraw a child's name. And with reduced fees, we are expecting teachers to work from home, work on a new skill set, how to teach digitally, which is a skill set they have to learn immediately. It was like they had to jump off a plane and then build a parachute after jumping off the plane. It was a difficult situation for teachers. So teachers were not getting paid, were expected to work at odd hours. They were parents themselves for their children who are at home because the kids are also at home. So their kids are also having online classes. They have to be the teachers for their kids also. They have to teach online children also. And on top of that, they're not getting paid. Most of them are not getting paid more than 50%. So this is a very stressful situation for everybody all around. I think it's just a challenge that we're all hoping for. We come out quickly, and I think then everyone's going to take stock of expansion. Right now, it's more about conserving yourself and conserving your institutions.
I think, Amolji, what I feel, what you call crooked, that if you're into education, you are a little crooked. I would say that what I feel and what I've seen, especially in a couple of months lately, is that we feel like we are the criminals in this country who are being blamed for each and everything, even that we are providing education. The kind of debates that I see, the parents are literally howling on us that why are you doing this, why are you doing that? Whereas if they really see that right now we are struggling to really run our schools, because the parents, we need to also understand the mindset of the parents, as you said, that parents are not paying the fees, hardly 20%, 25% of the fee that we are getting in schools currently. And from that, the kind of expenses to run even a single K-12 schools are too high. You have to pay the minimum electricity bills, you have to pay the minimum water bills.
Parents are not talking about reducing electricity bills. They're not asking the government, why are you charging me electricity? Why are you charging me for my mobile phone? Right. But for we became easy scapegoats because of the non-profit structure. We cannot come out in the open. People tend to shy away. We cannot aggressively challenge them. So nobody's saying that. Yesterday there was a news item that if there's a case of corona in a school, the principal will be booked.
Yeah, absolutely.
How absurd is this going to be? How long are we going to take this beating from everybody and just say that, what is the principle? Just like somebody mentioned that, it's like saying that if in a city somebody gets a corona case, then the district magistrate should be, booked for that, or the chief minister should be booked. I mean, the principal's doing their job, they're following the SOPs. What else can they do? Now, this can happen anywhere. So we become whipping boy children, for everybody, and it's just that we're taking it too slow. And as Mr. Shiv has said again, we need to put our foot together and come out in the open and take it up and have a mature discussion, because ultimately we have, and not put our interest at the forefront, the interest of the children. If we start our discussions with this is about the children need better education, the children need better investment. Let there be competition for children, not parents saying that kisi bhi school mein kara do, kahin bhi dhang ka. That should not be the case. Let there be no monopolies of schools. Let there be a free market. See what has happened in telecom, what has happened in airlines, what has happened in the government cannot run schools, cannot run hotels, cannot run airlines. They're not in the position to do that. So they should allow that and differentiate, as I said, profit and profiteering. That's what is mixed up right now. I mean, to have mature.
I think the question of that we do on this is that I feel who is going to really take the lead to make the change, and who's going to take that step? Because I think as we were talking about shying away, we all somewhere shy away from taking that big step, and as we are afraid of getting into trouble. I mean, that's the truth of the story as well.
So you know what happened to Kangana Ranaut, right?
Yeah, that's what. So that's what. We can't be that. So that's what. That's what. Anirudh was saying something.
So one, like what Amol just said, one, there are black sheeps in every field. It might be aviation, hospitality, or whatever, industry for that matter. But what happens, just because if some school is raising making a phenomenal hike, everybody gets penalized. All right. So I'm sure that there's not many of the people, who are resorting to any kind of unethical practices, but majority is suffering, due to few and due to the lopsided policies of the government. Second, what you said about the corona, like I don't know about other states, like if there is a school, any vehicle, any van or any bus, which is ferrying the children to the school, it may not be belonging to the school, it might be privately arranged by the parents. But if anything happens to that bus or van, the principal is booked. All right. So these are the kind of laws. These are the kind of regulations which have been mooted by the government, and so we have to and third point I will like that the government I'm sure is thinking about a rating framework for the schools. All right, like we have the NAC for the higher ed segment. I'm sure there must be a rating. There should be a rating framework for the schools by the government or any independent agency which helps the parents to ascertain to identify which school is worth what, because every school is claiming to be the best school. So I think this point is also very relevant to help the parents that at the end of the day they don't feel like that I was promised this, I thought the school to be this, but it turned out to be like that. So these were the 3 points I just wanted to mention.
Absolutely. I mean, correctly said.
And that's dangerous territory, because now you're having one more agency to, and you know what happens when government agencies come to certify you. What happens? So you're just putting one more layer of that. But I agree with that point that yes, the role of the government should be to allow the consumer to make an informed decision, which, and the overselling in education gives it a bad name, because like the Trump University scandal that happened, it was because of over promises, and a lot of education institutions end up doing that. So I think that's a good role, but we do not want another layer of coming on top of us.
It be an independent agency. I mean, not the government agency.
Okay, I think.
Okay, so let's move on to Miss Archana Goenka. So Archana ji, from you, I would like to know, since you run a couple of schools, so I would like to know from you what sort of SOP. So as we were just saying that the schools end up overselling and all those things. So what sort of SOPs that you try to put in place so that all your schools are being run properly, and whatever is being promised to the parents is actually given to them?
First of all, I want to take this opportunity to say a very good morning to everyone, and especially Mr. Khera. My fan moments to be on the same platform as you. I'm a huge fan of yours, and it was really nice listening to you. And I was telling them yesterday with Mr. Khera that I don't think any of us need to speak. We should all just listen to you talk.
That's good.
Yeah, but to answer your question, Sneha, SPs is something that we kind of put in place before you really start a school to set the standards by which a school should ideally operate. Also, to give clear guidelines on pathways and what is expected of everybody. So, obviously, when the first school came into being is when we put our SOPs in place. Post that, you have to keep updating them. You need to, of course, cater to the changing scenario. Lots that I want to talk about. This is what everyone has been speaking, but I know we're pressed for time. So I'm not going to go into that field. I think all of us running education institutes, I don't think we faced more challenging times than the current, where the government says that it's okay not to pay the fee and the parents have full right. You can't take kids off the virtual platform. And on one end, they say that you have to pay the entire salary to a teacher. Otherwise, they will go to the consumer court. We've already had some of these cases. You can't retrench anybody. I don't know. I mean, is it like the government is totally against the private sector in education? Do they really want us to shut shop? And we all know what will happen then. And I strongly suggest that we all should come together as a lobby and we put our personal differences aside and first fight for the sector as a sector that needs to be recognized as one of the most important and I think the foundation of the future leaders. So I think it's another platform that we should have all of us where we discuss that. Standardization, quality checks, all of this is very important as a part of your SOP. So we've got our academic and our admin SOPs in place. For the virtual platform, of course, we've had to make an overall change in that. Like we said, we first jumped out of the plane and then pulled the parachute, which is what I think all of us did. Even we did that. Parent interaction, we've kept that as one of the most important part of our SPs because today the teachers are not only facing the kids online, they're facing the parents out there as well. So we've tried to keep that as one of the very important pointers where we meet them very regularly. That is one of the important SOPs that we brought about for the virtual space. Collaboration and integration is something that having a chain of schools allows us to do. So that I really thank the virtual space because I don't think this kind of a gathering also would have been possible if not for the virtual platform.
Right.
Collaboration has been huge, and the way we've leveraged the space to be able to take, all teachers are good, but there is someone who's better than another. So we're able to leverage, a teacher from one school teaching the students across all our schools. So we built a lot of SOPs basis the current changed scenario. I have a lot to thank the virtual platform for, and I think the only thing that we have to thank the Corona situation for is showing us this whole new platform which existed, but I don't think we used it enough. And I'm sure this is like here to stay, and hybrid learning is going to be a huge outcome of the current scenario, which I think all of us will use to our advantage in a great way.
Right, absolutely, correctly said.
Can I just quickly add a point on the SOPs? I think that schools and organizations tend to get too fixated over SOPs and documents and KRAs. SOPs have the right place, but the problem is it's culture that eats strategy for breakfast. What is that SOP? It's a piece of paper. You can be fixated about that, but if you can't deliver it well, then that SOP is worth nothing. So the culture of a school needs to be far more conducive. It needs to be far more thriving, pulsating, rather than just focusing on the SOPs and the KRAs and those documents, which a lot of times at the management level look very good. In boardrooms, in these conference rooms, they look good. But are they really delivered to the optimal level? That is far more important. So I think more than SOPs, it's a culture of a school that needs to be focused on and to build a conducive learning environment which can truly bring out the beauty of that SOP rather than, especially with groups of schools, the belief or the fear or the apprehension is that until I have this standardization process, it's not going to happen. We have a big group. I'll tell you something. Yes, there is some standardization. Yes, you want the same kind of quality, whether it's in Bombay or in Bihar. But the point is, you have to let your people form their own identity. Each individual school has its own identity. Even if it's a part of a larger umbrella, part of a larger network, each school has to have its own identity, and you have to empower your team to be able to build that rather than trying to go too much into the SOPs or the KRAs or the documents that are formulated in a conference room.
Right. I mean, rightly said, Raghavji. But a question to you I'll just come to you, Shiv sir. So one more on this part I want to ask you is that I've asked this to Mr. Ryan as well. That when you go multi-location, how do you really replicate the success of one school to so many locations? I mean, as you said, that every place, every team has its own identity and all those things. But how do you replicate that success to different locations?
So Sneha, I don't want to replicate the success of Podar Bombay with Podar Ankleshwar with Podar Baroda. I want each one of them to form their own formula for success. yes, there will be certain ingredients that we will give them. We have our training modules, we have our people who visit, I visit myself, those kinds of things, that ethos and culture stays there. But I want each school to have its own thriving, pulsating identity rather than it being thrown out from a top down approach. That this is how it has to be followed. That's not really our philosophy or our culture. We do believe in our staff, whether they are in Ankleshwar, whether they are in Punjab, Bihar, it doesn't matter, or in the heart of Bombay. Each team has their own characteristics and unique abilities, and we want to thrive on that rather than make them fit into these pigeonholes that we are giving them.
Absolutely. I think that's a brilliant reply.
I add here one thing, like Raghav said, and I agree with that. But what happens is, I believe that there needs to be certain standard operating procedures, like a Starbucks. Now, across the world, they have been able to actually set certain standards and expectations, meet the expectation of every customer who walks into Starbucks, because they've set certain protocols. Yes, you need to customize it, rightly as Raghav said, every city, every place. Within Mumbai, I have my schools, and I can tell you there are cultural differences. There are regional contexts that you need to put in. But standard operating procedures just allows for every person who is in the seat there to understand what is a particular school standing for, and then within that, you need to then customize it. You need to, of course, make those kind of changes. Like I said, in the current scenario, we've updated them. We will go back to updating them when we come into the new normal and we have the hybrid systems, etc. But I believe that you need to have certain systems in place without which it's anyone's call.
No, of course, I'm not against SOPs. I'm not at all against it. I'm just saying that a lot of schools get over fixated about it. That's what I'm saying.
The rigidity is always going to have a problem there. So one needs to be flexible, accepting to, I think the person in the chair in each school carries so much of their own experience. So the principals need to then work around those SOPs and say, okay, we can adopt these and change some.
Absolutely.
For that.
I think we all agree we cannot run schools like McDonald's. I think that's what we want to all say.
Exactly. It's not McDonaldization of education.
No doubt.
Exactly.
I mean, very rightly put, Amol. Shiv sir wanted to add on to to this point.
Since I just heard two important things from Archana and Raghav, I thought I'd just mention a little bit what I have learned over the past 35 years. Having SOP doesn't guarantee. Not having SOP is a chaos. You got a big problem. Having doesn't answer. Not having is a disaster. Okay, one. So I think that's really, Sarchana's point is very well taken. But as far as the individual identity is concerned, as Gaurav mentioned, at least in my experience, what I've learned, that every organization has a culture and every department within the organization has a subculture.
Right.
Now, where the company culture is weak, the departmental culture takes over. And where the company culture is strong, the departmental culture becomes secondary. Now, do you want to see a departmental culture strong or a company culture strong? Answer is company culture ought to be strong, not departmental culture. If you got departmental culture, you cannot run a franchise or you cannot run multiple locations. Then you got a recipe huge for disaster.
Mm.
So the important thing is you should have a very strong company culture, and the departmental culture becomes a secondary culture, which is a subsidiary, supplementary culture to the core culture. And if you think we can't run it like McDonald's, we need to run it like McDonald's.
Right.
If you can't run it like McDonald's, you've got a big problem, let me tell you that. It must be McDonald's. That is the culture. Because your major center culture is a crucial one, and people see the big golden arches all over the world. Why do they see 5,000 miles away the same culture and walk into McDonald's? Because they know there is something running common in that culture, which is the hygiene factor, courtesy factor, and they will come in. So therefore, the company culture has to be predominant over any other kind of a thing. So apologize, but this is what my experience has been. It has to be standardized to that point, and really we're talking about values and people there. Apologize, but sorry about that.
Point taken, sir. absolutely right that company culture should be there in place. Then only, as Raghavji said, that every individual, every team, every location has its own success story, right? So with the values in place, everybody would still have that success story individually. I mean, it's just the company culture that you flow down to, that that's how the reporting is, or that's what we believe in. This is what we can't do. This is what we don't believe in. And still, they can have their own way forward. They can have their own strategy and all those things. I mean, those two should be together. So, I would like to ask.
Actually, I agree with Raghav in this point, because I feel, yes, standardization is very important, maybe operationally, because as soon as a parent enters your school, I mean, they should be able to see, okay, this is Podar or this is, any other school for that matter. But the flavor has to be according to what the culture is of that particular institute, because that flavor will bring in the difference. There has to be a similarity, and there also has to be a flexibility to be different.
Right.
That is where it's very important that SOPs, yes, they should be there, but flexibility has to be given to the head of the institution.
Just to with all the inputs coming in, just a little example I would like to quote is an anecdote from what I've experienced is that we have 250 schools all around India, preschools and K-12s as well. So the schools, when you see from the outside, they would look similar. You would have a sense of belonging. Okay, this is the brand. So any brand if we take, you could recognize them from outside. But if I go to a school in Kerala, inside, the moment that you go inside, you would have like a different flavor to it. The children would be sitting on the floor, as that's the custom there, right? And if you talk about, if we are seeing the schools in North India, there has to be a proper furniture layout and all those things. So everywhere, I mean, India being a very diverse country also, you can't really have harsh and hard SOPs as well. I mean, that's just not possible. So moving forward, I would like to ask from Abhaji that that we have been constantly debating right now earlier about government and parents and all those things. So parents being a very important stakeholder in education. What do you think? How to really create a strong communication with them and how to gain their support, because that's something very hard these days, and especially in COVID times, it has become tremendously difficult.
Agree. Very true that in this COVID time, everybody is in the difficulty and facing a lot of difficulty by the school as well as the parents. I believe in the transparency, because when parents put the child in the school, so the parents have a lot of faith on the school. Because when it is rightly said that the young child is like clay, and then the teacher molds it and everything. So when the child comes in the school, that's the first society for that child, because child coming from the home, very close family members, and coming into the school, so he first gets introduced to the society. And in that concern, the parents should have school and the parents should have a transparency among their vision, mission, and the activities which we are conducting, and what we are. Every parent has their dream for their child. Right. Every parent should share their things to the school, and the school should support the parents as well as the support of the parents. In my school, just small example I would like to share here. In the pre-primary, every Saturday, it is not necessary the all parents, but whoever is possible, the parents comes, but particularly the mother parents comes. But even it is open to the father parents to come in the school and teach that particular class, or to help the child in doing the activity. So that cooperation and collaborative working of the parent, child, and the school builds a strong support for the child, because education is the, and particularly in the primary education, is the strong support for their higher education. So there the parent support and the school support is required, and that is a thing. Even in this COVID also, we try to have a lot of transparency among the parents. The same difficulties we are also facing here. Like Amol rightly said that the parents are not paying the fees, and it's very difficult to run the show. I can say it is that show, because paying the salaries and investing the money in digitalization of the education, it's very difficult.
Right.
But still, with that, we have tried to keep the dialogue with the parents for every and each small thing. Which because my school, in our group, we don't have a school only in the district places or the big tier 2 city. We have schools even in the tier 3 cities also. There the parents' expectations are different. There the parents are looking toward the school as something great, and the teacher is something different for them. So in this situation, the school should have a develop confidence among the parents, which definitely helps in developing the school and achieving the vision mission of the group.
I mean, any day I feel that tier 3 cities or tier 2 cities, the parents are better off than the metropolitans.
I have experience, like I have a school even in the Gadchiroli district. And, imagine the district in Gadchiroli. There I really feel the parents' support is really great.
They understand the importance of education even now, which is slowly fading away.
Right.
Yeah.
And the second important thing, when we started a school in such a places, no private school was there. Near about 16, 18 years back, we started a school, and that time no private school was there in that district, that city. In that condition, they appreciate the venture which we have started in the place, and from that day, they started supporting to the school. Definitely, paying fees is still a problem in the places, but I have a confidence. Yes, after all, they have to pay the fees, because when the child is studying in the school, we have to pay. The teachers are having parents are having a faith in the school, so they have to pay the fees. And I keep the fingers crossed. Parents will support us.
Right. I mean, fingers are really crossed on that point.
Yes.
But yeah, hoping for the best from parents. On that point, I would like to ask from Mr. Sandeep. Sandeep ji, now we are seeing that the schools are about to open. बहुत सारे states में already जो है classes शुरू करने की बात चल रही है. From 9 to 12, we are about to open school. I mean, considering like I'm sitting in UP, so in UP the schools are about to open. So and as Amolji just quoted, which an article which I also came to know yesterday only, which talked about, if there's a COVID case in the school, then the principal is responsible for it and will be held responsible for it. So in such a scenario, what do you think? What are the norms that we should keep in mind while opening up our schools and bringing back the schools normally?
All right. Thank you, Sneha. Very good to be with this August panel with Shiv Khera in there. Let me touch on some of the earlier talks before I come out to this question. We are into KG to PhD, the whole range out of it.
Right.
And I normally joke with my friends that we teach all the management principles, but we cannot apply any because of the regulatory frameworks what we are into. And that's the unfortunate situation what we are into as such. I'm doing a course at Kellogg just recently, and we had some interactions with even Ratan Tata last 2 days back. And all of them were saying that the issue with non-profits or this is that, we are calling it a non-profit. But we all have to understand that you cannot fulfill your mission as well as you cannot impact more people unless you have a good pool of finance with you. So if you have that, then you can impact more, you can do more, you can do your mission better. And quality comes at a cost.
Absolutely.
So yes, I think we are absolutely in a very regulatory environment. It has to be removed out. What we say that Bharat Mata got free in 1947, Lakshmi Mata in 91, but God knows when Saraswati Mata is going to be.
Good one.
Yeah, but I think more and more the good people are allowed and they get a situation where they come into it. I think it's going to be better. We should have almost like a free economy. Today it's like a license raj as such. Every year we have to get our license extended. But yes, if we are given more freedom and autonomy, I think the education institutions will be able to perform better. And yes, I really wish that all of us really come together. It's high time. Whenever we try to do it, they say it's very difficult to get highly educated people together and politicians along with them. But somewhere we have to put aside our differences and ensure that we as a fraternity come together for the survival of the fraternity as we are in today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Again, coming to the topic, what you talked about, the safety norms when the schools open, this so-called coronization of education now. It has accelerated the use of technology as well as, we were forced to adapt to it. Most of the institutions all have done it. However, the question still remains that taking a lecture online and teaching online are two different worlds altogether. Is it really effective? How much are we really engaging the students? And with the digital divide in India, how much of that is going to work? Are all real good question marks we should be asking ourselves. Nevertheless, we have to open up very soon. And while government is just putting on the SOPs on us and putting the blame on the institutions, I think it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that they are maintaining those social distancing norms as well as those hygiene and sanitization. So it becomes the responsibility of the parents as well as the society in general, us as educationists also, and in educating the students. Now, when we talk of young children, it's going to be a very difficult task to keep them maintain social distancing, especially when they're meeting each other after 6 months. I think the way to go ahead is going by a hybrid way, where we just have 25% of the students in the class. We have those other mechanisms where the other 75% joins us through technology, and we keep rotating those. In fact, I was talking to the Dean of Harvard. We're getting a new Indian Dean also now. And he was telling us that the experience with the hybrid classroom has been pretty good as compared to a fully 100% online. Though, yes, they have certain very good classrooms of the future where you see all the students in a board together, where actually you are more attentive than a physical classroom. So some benefits are there, but those benefits are more better for executive education. And it would be very difficult for the schooling to get the same benefits out of it. While the institutes and the schools have to follow those norms of having the regular sanitization done, the spraying done, keeping the proper cleaning. In fact, some of the cases, I think, I don't know if it really works, but we talk of a temperature gun, and is that the right way of doing it? Is it foolproof? Nothing is foolproof. But yes, we have to follow those things. I would like to here just tell something very interesting. I think all of you have met my son, Aditya. He's just 14. He's in grade 9 now. He has launched a company on 2nd October, Next Gen Innovate, where he's spreading the mission of innovation. And he has, invented a product called as a UVC sanitization box, a do-it-yourself kit, which has got a patent. It is also approved by ICMR that it works against corona. And here is a boy who comes and tells me, says, I don't want to make a business. I want to make it a social venture. So we have launched a mission 15.1K to donate 15,100 boxes on 151st birthday of Mahatma Gandhi. And I'm so happy to tell you that with the support what we're getting, we are going to reach 151K. So if you come up with a good cause, it's working. And the idea is that if we keep these boxes at different locations in the schools, including the classrooms, offices, the entry points, the surface transmission is one of the major reasons for the spread of the coronavirus. So if you can prevent that also, see, you can wear a mask, but any device, if it's there, it's going to stay from even current reports I've read, even 28 days onto your device. So the only way is that you sanitize and sterilize that particular device. So you should have some technologies like this. There are loads of other products also in the market using UVCs, but I think even we should focus on that as we are focusing on the sprays also. So if we really want to have a good environment, when we are going to you give the books to the students, they're going to have those pens or papers or things going around in the classroom. It's better that we sanitize it as much as possible. So UVC is something, a good technology which can help in doing this, while we have to follow all the other norms. And by the way, which also increases the cost of running the school by a very, very high margin. When we have to do all these things. Yeah, and what
increase, yeah.
exactly, and that's where the thing comes in. We are all dependent on fees. If the fees are not coming, how do we make our cash flows meet? I mean, I'm not even getting into the RTE and the backlogs of payments of that or whatever. But in the pandemic, we have seen that our cost really actually goes up. Even if you are to go for the digital structure, when we open up, the cost of sanitization, the cost of maintaining those SOPs is going to be extremely high. And that's where the parents have to understand this, the government has to understand this. I don't see any support coming in a positive way from the government. In Maharashtra, we had certain some feelers coming from the regulatory body that taking into consideration the situation, they want to reduce the fees by 15-20%. Now, how do we survive if something of that sort happens as such? So anyway, I'm hoping for the best that every one of us comes together. Sometimes the pandemic gives you a good opportunity to rethink, reboot, and reset your systems. So probably this is a good time for the.
I am really hoping it now because I think through the pandemic, what I've realized, all the education leaders have really got frustrated with what's happening, and our patience levels have really crossed now because as we see it, it's what we were talking about also. It's all a kind of political gimmick that the school leaders, the number of school leaders are less and the parents are more. So even a statement like you should pay your fees on time is not coming from the government side.
Absolutely right, Sneha. So it is what when I speak to many of my colleagues in the fraternity, many of them are looking at exits. Many of them are probably repenting that they've ever come into this sector as a second generation or the third generation. I did. I think we had Anirudh say it, and even Raghav also having the same sentiments. Our whole families have put so much into it, but sometimes have we made a mistake somewhere? So it's going to that extreme, and it not happen there. If some support comes in, I think we should all be able to sustain and we'll be able to work out. Now you were at Leeds. Look at what is Leeds. I studied there, Leeds also. I didn't know that you were there. We have it's a student city. It's a complete city which is built upon two universities. You go in December in Christmas, it's a ghost town. So yes, education institutions have done a lot of contribution. It is not just those teachers or the students studying there, but we support around 25 of the other business activities around in that region.
Absolutely, and I think more than anything, which I feel is truly amazing, is that not even one statement has come from education ministry as well on how to really cope up with this time.
Hello.
Students to drop out from our education system, which is really, really petrifying situation that we are seeing. I mean, I really feel helpless reading this article, and I would like to ask Raghavji to talk about it as to
Sneha, 400 billion is if we are lucky. The realistic scenario is going to be far more than 400 billion. It's going to be about 600-700 billion in terms of financial loss that can be quantified. Then we are talking about learning loss that cannot be quantified, which will be far over 700 billion, far, far, far more than that. True. So, I mean, a lot of leading organizations have done great studies and surveys and research across the world, including for India. I'll tell you about a study that McKinsey did in the US. They did it for India, for across the world, and the kind of learning loss that's happening even through virtual learning environments. Of course, when you're not having an online class, it's even worse. So, for example, if you have an average level of online class compared to physical classrooms, it's about 6 months of learning loss. If you have poor quality, it's about 10 months of learning loss. If you have high quality online classes, it's about 2 months of learning loss. But the point is, there are so many schools in India that don't have access to online classes, especially in the non-private sector, the government sector, and a lot of very low budget private schools don't have access to any online classes. And the kind of learning loss that's going to happen for these children is going to not take them to the level where they were in March of 2020. It's going to take them before that. That's the kind of learning loss that we're talking about. And what's going to happen in another 3 or 4 months when the time for promotion comes? There's again going to be a barrage of parents who are going to be saying, no, you have to pass my child. You have to promote my child to the next class. Because why? The purpose of education has become getting into the next class, not learning.
Right.
That's not the purpose of education. The purpose of education is simply learning. So if your child is not going to learn, but go from class 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, it doesn't benefit the child. So the focus needs to change, and this learning loss that we're talking about, or the quantifiable loss happening in our country of 400 billion, or actually more like 600 to 700 billion, plus the learning loss that's going to happen to our children, which is going to be in trillions, or actually is not even quantifiable, to be frank.
Right, right. I mean, very rightly said, and that's what really scares me a lot. That what is going to happen to the students? Even when I see that, yes, I'm just coming to you, ma'am. Even when I see in the current scenario that the students have stopped taking classes as well. So many students have stopped taking classes right now, and I'm really afraid what will happen at the end of the academic year when the parents come to us. What are they going to say? Just promote my child somehow? Or what is going to be the solution? There's so many varied problems that we all are going through right now, and majorly is the loss of education which is happening to the children. I mean, yeah.
And there was a movement. There was a movement about 3 or 4 months back in India, which was anti-online classes, and there were states like Karnataka and even Maharashtra for some time had banned online classes.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you do that? I mean, which world are we living in? The rest of the world is galloping ahead with the highest quality of online classes.
Right.
And in India, the discussion was about, no, online classes are not good for children because they get addicted to devices. My dear friend, they don't get addicted to devices. They get addicted to the content on that device. They get addicted to watching Peppa Pig or Doraemon or whatever it might be, or those violent video games. They don't get addicted to the online classes. And if they do get addicted to the online classes, that's great. My nephew, he's a 9-year-old. He was 9.5. He's addicted to reading. He keeps reading, and he got a Kindle. He keeps reading on the Kindle. So what? I don't have a problem with that. My sister doesn't have a problem with that. The question is, what is the addiction to? It's not the device or the online class. And even if it is to the online class or it's to Discovery Channel, or the child wants to learn more about history or science, great. More power to that child.
Right.
Rather, that movement came from the distrust between schools and parents. Parents were looking at it as schools are doing it just to charge fees. That was not clearly the intent. I think the intent was being questioned, and that is why parents. And there has been a ruling by the government. They've said that in Delhi, even if your students have dropped out, you have to take 25% of your capacity, EWS students. And the High Court has told us schools that you have to give them devices now also. So not only are You're not getting fee from the private parents, for fee-paying parents. You have to take 25% free kids and give them devices. I think the only solution left is write to Sonu Sood, and only he can help us right now.
I think we all should have like a money tree. I think that would be a better solution.
But people feel we have. People actually feel schoolers have this trees growing somewhere, right? So
parents kept us in the particular box. These are the criminal, these are the money making people and all. And particularly in the what the Raghav said, that rightly he said that the government school students, and there is a lot of threat in front of that means I can imagine, and everybody can imagine, that the migrated parents, the migrated students, those who are working in Mumbai and now they are in Uttar Pradesh or somewhere in Bihar or somewhere in some other place. The students are left their schools, they are not having any connectivity, they are in their villages. And what will be the blast after this pandemic? The major blast is the non-reporting students, जो हम लोग बोल रहे थे सर्व शिक्षा अभियान की नई शुरुआत हम लोगों को करनी पड़नी है गवर्नमेंट को, क्योंकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चे आउट ऑफ स्कूल होने वाले हैं. सबसे बड़ा लॉस, बिकॉज व्हेन इट rightly said, if you want to develop your country, first you have to develop your education. And we are going exactly the reverse direction. The major loss will be have as educationalists. It should be a very big question in front of us. How many students will be out of the school? Right. This migrated parents. The second important thing is financial. Definitely financial issue is there and reason is there for the dropout students. The third important thing is, which I want to put in front of this panel, definitely this is not a question, Sneha, but the suicide is happen in the country. The students' suicide happen in the country. The Kerala is the best state which I can say here. They have started education giving through the television. And every state, every government has to start that somewhere. जो अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि ये होगा वो होगा, इससे अच्छा है कि उस पे solutions government ने ढूंढना चाहिए कि I personally asked the local TV channel कि whether you will be make us available one particular time in this and this rate, which was affordable for my group to give education to my school, which was in the periphery. He said that that's not in his क्या बोलते उसके जो bylaws होते हैं private television के, उनके bylaws में वो नहीं है, and he has not allowed me to take a classes through the television. We are keeping the child deprived from the education. Every day of his development is important. Raghav rightly said that कि सिर्फ क्लास में बढ़ाने के लिए education नहीं है. The education is a development of personality, development of that brain, development of that hand and the skills. And in this situation, if we are not taking care of these dropout students, which will be a big threat to the country. The second important is, I would like to quote one more thing. We are definitely there is a point of NEP. Every people, all the education department, all the education ministry will run behind the implementation of NEP. And in this situation, if we are not considered these dropout students, there will be a big blast in the country, a big loss of our country, because our young generation will be deprived from the education. So we need to think all these things, all these points before concluding. I think
that's a great insight that you have talked about, ma'am. Because we really need to think about. We really need to keep the students as the center, and then think about everything. And I think, as you talk about NEP also, the NEP has been released by the central government. Now it's going to be a big hustle to implement in different states. That's another story. But I think to conclude this whole discussion that we had today, which was truly powerful and thoughtful. I would like to end with Shiv Khera sir. That sir, as we talk about becoming, again and again that I keep on reading and seeing that we talk about becoming Vishwa Gurus and all those things and education leaders and looking at our history as India had at one point of time the greatest universities and all those things. Now, where do you see India? Do you think how long will it take for us to become like really Vishwa Guru?
Well, first of all, maybe other in age, maybe I must be the oldest guy here, but I feel this has really been a very enriching and enlightening experience for me. And I couldn't have agreed with everybody. Raghav, I was agreeing with you even when you mentioned about the SOP and the culture. Keep in mind, I was only adding to it what you just mentioned. So I think all of you people are a lot more senior to me than I am in the field of education. So I'm indeed grateful for the insight that you have mentioned. Now, two things I can just say is one is, I think we all talked about getting together. Somebody said we should get our differences out of the way and join hands in the national interest. Otherwise, we will not see a nation. We will not. Forget being Vish Guru is another story. I hope we don't fall apart by committing suicide by installment one after the other. Just like Sandeep said, that we are even wondering if we are regretting, are we in the right place? Why did we even get into where we are right now? So Vish Guru is a second thing. Let us see if we can keep ourselves together as one without falling apart. So all I can say is the only answer to this is good to be optimistic, but very stupid not to see the writings on the wall. I repeat, good to be optimistic, but stupid not to see writings on the wall. And the way we are heading, we are committing in suicide by installment one after the other everywhere. And totally right that without the education, you have no doctors, no judges, no soldiers, no nothing. And the infrastructure is not going to do a damn thing to you. Absolutely. So all I can say is that the transport industry people, the textile industry and the travel industry, somehow, I don't know what they feel that I have the answer, which I don't have it, but they've come together and I am creating a whole program. I'm looking to launch in about 4 weeks for a national interest at 21-point program for nation building. Because the way we are heading in the wrong direction in many ways. And 99% of our problems are not external, they're internal. And they have been generated by us and totally by perverts. Totally by perversion, it has been created that way. So the only answer is, at the end, I would say that you have my contact details, you have my emails and the telephone numbers. Kindly give it to all the panelists, and if it's all right with them, kindly pass it on to me also, their contacts. And if you people are somehow based in Delhi, I think let's meet together. Otherwise, survival is the issue. Our objective is from first survival, that is recover, then rebuild. First, let's recover and then rebuild. Otherwise, you can't rebuild without recovering. Let us understand where we are, and whoever are based in Delhi, at least let us meet together and move forward. That's my only submission. That's all.
Good. Thank you.
And you have to fight it. There is no other answer. Nobody gives anything to anyone in a platter. And keep in mind, I've been closely seeing the political system. I was involved myself in the political system, and pretty much every party has been calling me to get involved because 80% of youth is reading my book. I did not, though at one time independently I stood up for elections. But my only thing is that people say nobody lets a good person come up. Remember one thing, if you are not strong enough, even after you come up, what will you do anyway? You can't do a thing. You see, and in history, nobody has let anybody come up. You have to come up, be strong enough to come up, and then fight it. There is no other answer. There is no other answer. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. I think
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
yes,
so
what
much,
we just
Shiv
said
Khera,
is
sir.
that after setback, it's time for a comeback, and that's what we all need to focus on. Thank you so much, everybody. Indeed, it was my pleasure to moderate such a wonderful and powerful, session. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your presence.
Great. I'll take you.
Thank you, Sneha.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming up and actually accepting our invite. Thank you so much, Shiv Khera sir, for taking out time. I know I promised you 15 minutes.
Himanshu, thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much,
a
Shiv
lot.
Khera sir. I'm so
Thank you.
I'm blessed that you stayed for so long. I know.
I stayed because every second everybody spoke so much. Raghav and Sandeep and the other people, Archana and the ladies right there, Abha and everybody. Every second was a learning experience. I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying for the sake of it, but it was an eye opener. Everybody that said it hit me straight here, and it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Raghav sir, for coming. I know it was difficult for you to take out time, but thank you so much. Thank you so
pleasure.
much. Anirudh
Enjoyed
sir.
being here. Pleasure.
Yeah. Anirudh sir, thank you so much as well for taking out time. And Amol sir has left for the webinar, but I'm pretty sure it was very difficult for him to take out time as well, as so as for the rest of you, Archana ma'am, Pratima ma'am, Abha ma'am, and Sandeep sir as well. Thank you so much for taking out time. Sneha ma'am, thank you so much for being such a lovely moderator. And I hope this was, we did justice to the cause. And of course, so moving forward, let me quickly introduce our next panelist to all of you. And the next panel discussion that we have is basically based on franchise model. So what we are looking for is somehow what I'll do is while the other contestants are coming in and they are going to join, I'm going to play a quick video that is the corporate video, and then, or maybe some other video. You can watch it and just give us 1 minute or maybe 2 minutes, and we'll get back to you.
नमस्ते जी नमस्ते हेमा जी
अरे सर म्यूट
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, yeah, let me just begin the session. We're live now. So, I was in the earlier session. I'm so sorry, guys. So, let me quickly introduce. So, we have a next panel discussion beginning. The moderator for this panel discussion is none other than the founder of Canvas International School, Hema ma'am. Hema ma'am, I'm actually delighted to host you back again. So please take it forward. And let me quickly also welcome all the lovely panelists. Rathod sir, welcome. Ajay sir, welcome. Shlok sir, welcome. Preetham sir, welcome. So let's quickly begin. Hema ma'am, over to you.
Where is other people?
Rekrit sir will be coming, ma'am. Don't worry.
Okay.
TJ sir is in hospital, unfortunately.
Oh, so he's not coming?
He won't be able to join.
Okay.
And no problem, we can begin with this, and I'll be here only. I'll be in the background. So as soon as somebody joins in, I'll let them in. Don't worry. We can begin with the discussion.
So do I need to talk about them also, or just
Ma'am,
say the name
the
and
people who are presented here, you can begin with them, and we are already live on YouTube.
we are live now? No,
Yes,
we are
ma'am.
not yet.
Ma'am, we are live on YouTube. We have more than 200 people watching. Ma'am, we can begin.
Okay, can we start?
Yes, ma'am, please start.
Okay, sure. So good afternoon, everyone. All of you can hear me? Yeah, I think you guys have to give me the back check. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Hema Archandani from Canvas International Preschool, and thank you so much for Entab for coming up with a nice web series or YouTube live show, which is called Round the Table, exclusively for the come forward and taking forward all the educators together and working towards for the transformation of education 2020. So thank you so much, the entire team. And today I am moderating the show, and I have a lot of expert with me, which I always say these are the industry stalwarts. Because when I'm going to introduce them, you can see them. Wow, what the background they carry. Okay, so I have a Dr. S.K. Rathore, sir. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Hema. I'm good.
Uh, and none other than my good friend Preetham is with us. Preetham Kumar from the Hello Kids. Hi, Preetham. How are you?
Hello, Hema. Very nice to see you and everyone. Namaste, Rathore Saab.
Yes.
And very good afternoon, Ajay Sharma ji.
Thank you. Another person I'm going to take on the board with me today, Dr. Ajay Sharma, Chairman of St. Joseph Group of Schools, Kota. So, hello, sir. How are you? We are not able to hear your voice, sir.
Ajay sir. Okay, fine. Now it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you, Hema.
Okay. Thank you for coming on board today. And let's begin the topic. Today, my topic is I'm going to, because see, look at the brands we have today. Majority of brands have a huge number of schools. And I always believe, because I come from the branding and a marketing person. I worked in 17, 18 years in a corporate and started my own organization. I always believe without brand and without supporting and creating the network. So we have an extraordinary example today with us, where you can see Mr. Rathore have more than 300 schools. I'm sure, sir, I'm right. My figures are okay.
More than 250. It could not
More
be.
than 250.
We would have been crossed that number if pandemic not happened.
Exactly. That's what. And then Preetham is good friend, and Preetham is going to. I think Preetham is I always believe he's a marketing person, and change game changer. I always believe the name suits to him, game changer. He's having a more than 600 branches, right? I'm right, Preetham?
We have done over 680 centers, Hema.
Okay, so he's having a more 700. So he's touching 700 now. So that's why he's correcting me. Not only 600, we are 680. Very specifically, we are.
So, Rekrit
okay,
sir, ma'am.
And yeah.
I'm so sorry to barge in between. Rekrit sir has joined. So, as soon as the audio gets connected and the video gets connected,
I will.
So
don't worry.
we can move forward.
Okay, and then I have a Dr. Ajay Sharma sir is also with us. And he's also going to, enlighten us how the new education policy, what are the transformation are going to happen today. Let's welcome Vikrit sir also. Vikrit is there with us today. Hello, good
Thank
afternoon.
you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, so shall we begin the session now? All are board now? Okay, thank you so much. So today our topic is how to successfully initiate and expand the franchisee-based model. As you can understand, majority of our come from the preschool background, and people are working in a preschool and early years, and the majority of business happening in a preschool in a franchisee model. So my first question to you, Rathore sir, is tell me when as a brand should decide to move for the expansion. Is there any specific rule or fundamental needs to carry for any school owner, or you want, or it should be okay? I have a money, I let me go for it.
Thank you, Hema. So I'll give my example when I decided to expand.
Yes.
This is not a matter of money. Whenever you have money, you should expand. This is not a matter of money. This is a matter when your model is matured enough to replicate. The kind of success you have already seen, so that you can replicate that success to the franchise branches. Basically, it's not the money only. It's the kind of whole system you have to develop. Whether the what kind of inside in the school you have for the children, activities and curriculum, the kind of teachers you have, the kind of uh, relationship you are going to build with the parents and the student and the teachers. So whole system you have to drive. Then you have to establish it. Once you are successful, you have made an impact in the society where your first or second or third location school is located. Then only you will be in a position to replicate it. See, we started our first preschool in 1999. Not me, I started, my wife started. We worked till 2008 as a single unit school, and 2009 December 20th, we launched our franchise model. Because we worked for 10 years, almost 10 years. We researched lots many things because it was a roller coaster kind of ride for us. We were not from that field. My wife was there. She was from the education field, but she didn't know how to market it. She didn't know how to create infrastructure. She just knows how to teach the children. So making any institution is not only the teaching. A teacher can't be a successful entrepreneur. A marketing guy like you or Preetham may not be a successful entrepreneur. Right. So everything we need to collect together, then make a robust model, make it successful. And one more thing, what many of the peoples are not, following. Experiment on your own money. Don't try to experiment on the franchise's money. Right. Whatever experiment you are going to do with your model, should do on your money. Because today, franchises are very smart. And if you are putting any risk on anybody's hard-earned money, your brand is going to be in a negative kind of growth. So what I did, I started my wife was running to school, then we started third one, then fourth one, then fifth one, then sixth one, then seventh one. And after making them successful, we started finding out franchisee and okay, ये school चल रहा है मेरा, आप ले लो. So we transferred the successfully running a school to the franchisees first.
Right.
So this should be the right way of appointing franchisees and making them successful. Hand-holding is required basically. Not only the name. Sanford was a name. Till 2009, Sanford was just a name. 2010, 11, it was just a name. But when we created a buzz in the market with the kind of numbers of students we have in our branches, then it becomes the brand. Then people started coming to us. Then parents started coming to us, sir, हमें भी एक school खुलवा दो. So we need to create that kind of environment. We need to have that kind of mindset to expect.
Right.
So this is the right approach, I think.
So I think truly said, Rathore sir, any expansion you need to create a brand. So you have to show the positive side. You have to show your trust in the market. Then only people come to us, and then you can expand your brand. I'm right, sir?
I want to correct, Emma. We need to create a positive thing, not show. We need to create everything,
Yes.
not only show.
Create a role model.
Yes.
Yeah, right? Okay. So, so another question to you now, my dear friend, Preetham, for you. Brand value is the initial. We understand it's important, but the burning cost is also important, because you're a marketing guy. I'm sure you can give a light on us here. So, what do you suggest when we say we need a growth, as sir said already? Yes, faith, trust factor, create a role models in the market. When we talk about the create a new franchise, good franchise, profitable franchise in the market. But what do you think about? Because when you need all this thing, you need money also. You burn the cost to the company. So what is your input on that side?
All right. Thank you, Emma, for this question. And I can definitely talk on this question from my heart, not as a marketer, not as a franchisor, but I'll talk to you in terms of a heart.
Yeah.
See, every business is successful on a franchise model when my franchisees are successful. It is not my success which is going back to my franchisees. It is their success which is my success. That is what we need to understand first. We have trust, we have an expansion plan, we have expenses, I know. But every business unit, every franchisee of yours is directly I say, you are responsible for every act of them. You are responsible for it. If it's into education, I say that let me make them understand that when you are talking about a business in terms of education, they do understand the quality of education. They do understand all part of it, but they need to understand the business part of it also. Because if they are not getting proper trained for that business words, right? As you said that these are all young entrepreneurs, lady entrepreneurs, small investors, right? So their successful is your success. If I am really not bothered about their success, I am not going to grow my numbers to n numbers in franchising, which is possible. Name any franchise model, the best of successful people are the brands. 30,000, 50,000 outlets, stores, right? Possible. But at what cost? If you talk about the cost, I said that do they make money out of your business? Do you teach them how to make money out of this business? And the thing is, in these small businesses, relationships plays a very important role. Emma, it is very good to say that I have few numbers. I know have some friends, those who have closed down my schools in the past 20, 30, I'll say past 5-7 years, right? But still I have a connect with them as a friend. And if somebody asks them कि आपको हेलो किड्स प्री स्कूल खोलना है, तो दे विल डेफिनेटली से हमने तो बंद कर दिया है पर आप जरूर खोल सकते हो. So it is not that every business which is successful because my intention of running that franchisee, they need that support. See, they have not taken your syllabus. They have taken your successful business model that it will be you want to replicate in Bihar or Odisha, in small places or bigger places, wherever they are. So the trust is there, the quality is there, everything is there, but they are unsuccessful because of maybe a local area specific rules, regulations, or some of the activities which is not positive for that particular area. पर वहाँ पे उनको एक support चाहिए होता है, and that support, I'll say I can have a best of the team possible, but they want that person also who was behind making it successful. कि मेरा support उनके पास है, they do have that support or not, because that MDH मसाला के अंदर ingredients क्या है वो grandfather को पता है वहाँ पे क्या चीज है, but they want to understand that which ingredients are there for the successfulness or for the unsuccessfulness also. So whenever I go to these my franchisees, I say this is the negatives of these franchisees first. मेरा franchisee आपको ये देखना है पहले, then you have to trust that factor. See, you don't go with my 680 to sign up me for a new franchisees. You ask me what is the problem in this industry, and when you are genuine with these franchisees,
See, franchise is like getting married to somebody, right? It's almost like your second wife. Trust me. जैसे आपको वाइफ बोलती है ना, आपके फ्रेंचाइजी इतना स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए कि रात को 12 बजे प्रीतम सर मेरा एडमिशन नहीं हो रहा, हमारा मार्केटिंग क्या है, आई एम नॉट एबल टू मेक मनी, माय सैलरी इज नॉट बीन पेड. So if you are able to answer that, it means you are doing justice to your model, and their growth is your growth, not your growth is not your growth is their growth. वहां पे जो छोटा सा चीज आता है, that relationship if you understand, right, this model is replicated now, right? Somebody is ready to replicate you, but with your efforts, not with his efforts. वो तो अपना जरूर लगाएगा because he has already invested money, he has done everything possible. There are some franchisees, they are not ready to talk to you. तो हमें फोन करना पड़ता है, भाई बात तो कर लो कम से कम. Silent, either you know everything or you don't know anything.
Yeah.
So you need to find out with the time. इसका जो मैं आपको पॉइंट बोलना चाहता हूँ, retention is your growth factor. You end up making sign up 100 of centers, but पीछे 50 सेंटर बंद हो रहा है, तो your growth is not happening.
Yeah.
Right? So retention should be the model in terms of franchising also. Retaining is the lower cost. आप बोल रहे हो ना, I believe in retention, तो मेरा हो सकता है, मेरा वो cost कम हो सकता है जो when I am acquiring new franchises. Otherwise, that cost and again this cost, it is going to be a huge cost into a franchise model.
Yes, always agreed with the Preetham, because see, acquiring the new cost, getting the new business into the flow, it is always a costly thing. Instead of only just retain them and make them independent and make them confident to go further for the growth. That's a good thing, Preetham. Thank you so much for enlightening. Now, Dr. Ajay sir, आपके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है मेरे लिए. वो तो आज की डेट पे हर स्कूल ओनर पूछना भी चाहता है, I think. So when we say what is the future for the preschool in current situation when the admission is dropping down and there is no guarantee to when we are going to opening up, and specifically preschool, as you know, because the parents are little dicey right now whether should go online, not go online, drop it, not to drop it. So I just need your inputs here.
Yeah, Ms. Hema, thank you for giving me the chance. I must tell you that I'm a pediatric surgeon also.
Oh, I was not knowing. Thank you so much.
I came to India in '98. Since then, I have got involved in education.
Wow.
So we are having few formal schools which are K-12, and we are having our kindergarten chain with the name of Belamente, which is governed from Gurgaon.
Okay.
So actually, yes, the question is very valid. That what post-corona?
Yeah.
And there is a terminology now in fashion that is new normal. Let me talk about new normal. Actually, छोटे बच्चे के पेरेंट्स सबसे ज्यादा सेंसिटिव होते हैं. अभी K-12 स्कूल्स में हमारे यहाँ 9 to 12 के बच्चे ऑलरेडी आना स्टार्ट हो गए हैं. They are coming for their problem solving. Parents are quite comfortable. They are giving the written consent. But when we are talking to the kindergarten students' parents, they are not still, their mindset is still not there to send their children. They are having a fear, right? And this fear will go with the time. But जैसे मेरी daughter है तानिया, she is in London right now. She is doing her post graduation. तो वहाँ second wave आ गई है. तो चीजें सेटल डाउन होने लगी थी, चीज ठीक होने लगी थी, यूनिवर्सिटी बच्चे जाने लगे थे, सेकेंड वेव आ गया. अगेन जो लोग थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़े थे वापस पीछे हट गए. तो कुछ सिमिलर सा हम इंडिया में भी अवेट कर सकते हैं कि दिसंबर जनवरी में एक सेकेंड वेव प्रेडिक्ट की जा रही है. तो थोड़ा सा पेरेंट्स जो खुले वो फिर से पीछे जाएंगे. तो हमें एक ही अभी रास्ता नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि हमारे जो फ्रेंचाइजीज हैं वो हमारी तरफ देख रहे हैं कि भाई क्या करूं. जिनका किराए पे प्रेमाइज है वो तो बिल्कुल ही अभी हथियार डाल चुका है. वो कह रहा है भाई मैं तो अभी ये वापस करता हूं, मेरे से ये 2-3 लाख रुपया महीना नहीं दिया जा रहा. ठीक है. और जिनका ओन्ड प्रॉपर्टी है वो भी थोड़ा सस्टेन कर रहे हैं कि ठीक है वी कैन वेट अ बिट मोर. सो इट इज अ वेरी बिग टर्निंग पॉइंट फॉर द फ्रेंचाइजिंग इंडस्ट्री, स्पेशली इन किंडरगार्टन सेक्टर. सो अभी हमारे पास जो एक तरीका बचता है मेरे ओपिनियन में, ऑफ कोर्स देयर आर वेरी सीनियर पीपल इन फ्रंट ऑफ मी डूइंग फॉर बेटर देन व्हाट आई हैव बीन डूइंग. Please, I would like your inputs also. कि हम एक काम कर सकते हैं, जो हम सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम अभी फेस कर रहे हैं कि छोटे बच्चों के पेरेंट्स ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को लेके कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो पा रहे. They are saying our child is very small to study online. Like my child is 4 years or 5 years or 3 years. How to educate? So the blended learning, the hybrid education system, which has worked for us. गुड़गांव में हमने स्टार्ट किया, फिर नोएडा में किया, तो हर जगह ये चीज वर्क कर गई. बी क्लास में भी किया, सी क्लास में भी किया कि ठीक है, छोटा बच्चा स्कूल नहीं आ सकता, उसका पेरेंट्स तो आ सकता है. तो let them come, collect the hard copy worksheet from us, take it at home, और फिर हमारी टीचर जैसे जैसे गाइड कर रही है वैसे वैसे मदर उसको वर्क करा रही है. तो वो चीज वर्क किया. हाँ, और हमारे वीडियो लेक्चर्स को बच्चे नहीं कर पाए इतना ज्यादा, तो हमें ऐसा कोई तरीका निकालना है कि आने वाले 6 महीने से 1 साल तक हम घर बैठ के उनको पढ़ा पाए. फर्स्ट थिंग तो हमें एक मॉडल डेवलप करना पड़ेगा विच इज बैक्ड बाय द टेक्नोलॉजी. ठीक है, अभी जब तक बच्चा बाहर नहीं आ रहा पर वो पे करने को तैयार है, पर उसको एजुकेशन भी चाहिए. नंबर 2, दूसरा चैलेंज आता है जो अभी प्रीतम जी ने बोला कि कुछ स्कूल हो सकता है उड़ीसा में हो, कुछ हो सकता है बंगाल में हो, तो वहां पे एग्जैक्टली वैसा ही हो जैसा हम लोग कह रहे हैं या जैसा हम उन्हें सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं. जैसे पता है कि भाई कुछ ऐसे फ्रेंचाइजीज होते हैं जो फोन ही नहीं करते, उनको हमें कहना पड़ता है भाई हमसे बात करो, राइट. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज आएगा कि हम हमारे ऑफिसेज में बैठ के, आप जयपुर में बैठ के या राठौर साहब और प्रीतम जी दिल्ली में बैठ के या मैं गुड़गांव में या कोटा में बैठ के बहुत अच्छा मॉडल बना सकते हैं, पर उसको एक्चुअली ऑन द ग्राउंड उतारने के लिए, क्योंकि ये न्यू नॉर्मल है. देखिए, इट वाज नेवर प्रैक्टिस्ड बिफोर, इट वाज नेवर टेस्टेड बिफोर. अभी मास्क, हैंड वॉशिंग, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग ये न्यू नॉर्मल हो रहा है, क्योंकि नोबडी नोज कि ये कोरोना के बाद दूसरा पेंडेमिक नहीं आएगा, कोई गारंटी नहीं है. अभी हम कभी सुनते हैं चाइना से एक और वायरस लीक हो गया, वहां से एक और वायरस लीक हो गया. दीज आर ऑल हॉन्टिंग न्यूज़ वी कीप ऑन गेटिंग. सो एज अ एजुकेशनलिस्ट आई थिंक हमें इस मॉडल में ये बात करनी चाहिए कि वो ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो स्कूल है वहां पे एग्जैक्टली हमारा विजन कैसे उतरा जाए. तो आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट वी कैन पॉन्डर ऑन टुडे.
Yes. I really, that's what I think all are there and wanted to discuss about how to come forward and give the best practices what they are doing in their schools. And let's talk about that and start implementing instead of their own, okay, I'm good in one part, you might be good in another part, Preetham is good in another part. So I think all the stakeholders should come forward and talk about what are the best practices they are doing in the field, which are end of the day developing the child, right? So I think that's a way forward we have to discuss. Thank you so much, Sharma sir. Rikrit is with us. Hi Rikrit, how are you? So for you, I have
hello, wonderful. Hello.
Okay. So for you, I have a good question today is, see, we understand early childhood business in India. We are in a franchisee model. I'm sure you are also part of that, and you have seen a lot of franchisees are working so hard, as Preetham said. Distributor key. So I always believe, because I'm a marketing person, I always believe franchisee, distributor, profitable hona chahiye, serious enough hona chahiye. So are you sure? Are you think it's really happening in the right now when we look it into the market, when we look it into the early child education system, the teacher are serious, are the parents are serious, are my franchisees are serious? What do you think as educator? What is your takeaway here?
Absolutely wonderful. This is a wonderful question that you asked him. It's a relevant question as well in this regard. Now, I would not say that I am an expert in terms of school franchisee. Actually, on the contrary, we launched our first school franchise this year itself, and it's a difficult time to launch. It's a difficult time to launch your first franchise school. So we've been running K-12 schools for the last 45 years, roughly now. So there are 12 schools that are run by us, fully owned by us, based in Upper North India itself. So our first school was of course launched this year, and then there were 5 other schools that we had signed up in terms of franchise schools, which we couldn't launch, which we pushed to next year or next to next year. So since this is the first year in which we franchised our schools, it has been a bittersweet experience. Um, Initially, over the last 2 or 3 years, when we planned the first school launch and when we signed on some of the schools, we could not anticipate that what has happened would happen. It hasn't been easy, of course, in terms of franchising. But I think the experience that we have in terms of running schools has really helped the current school that we have launched. Now, there's a whole different way in which in which you run schools which are owned by you, and which you run franchise schools as well. So
Yes.
I think that's a part of the question that you asked. So the difference which we've seen, of course, is that somewhere along the way you have to accept that the franchise school is a part of you, but it isn't fully you. So there has to be some leeway that you give to your franchisee. You can't be very stringent in terms of the protocols, because every franchisee would work as per his or her pace. Now, Pritam also mentioned, Dr. Ajay also mentioned this as well, and I'm sure that Dr. Rathod also just touched upon this point, that sometimes you have to follow up with your franchise schools, and then if they don't answer, then you've got to get in touch with them and say that, okay, this is this is that, please give us a report, and so on and so forth. So I think major difficulty in terms of the transition that we face in terms of legacy schools or schools that are fully run by managements for decades, and then coming up with a vertical in terms of franchising, is that you have to understand the pace. It's a very fast-paced industry. My friends who run franchise schools, of course, a lot of them are on this panel as well, would particularly, we've spoken about this in the past, and we've seen the growth that happens. Like after a point, once you made a brand name in terms of franchisee, then you see a lot of schools are signed on. But we aren't into preschool franchising as of now. So the school that we have is a K-12 school. But what I've particularly seen is that the effort involved in terms of running roughly around 5 to 7 preschools is equal to one K-12 school. Even though the preschools which are fully run by us, which are owned by us, there's a lot of effort that goes into them as well. So there are various dynamics that you have to keep in mind in terms of franchising. In terms of the distributor model that you've spoken about, we haven't really gone down that route. So over the last few decades, since our schools are considered legacy schools in the cities in which they are based, so over the last few decades, we've received a lot of requests in terms of partnerships as well. That, okay, like, since your school has done well in this area, could you come to our city and could you give us your brand name? Could you work with us? So for us, it's the reverse ball game that we have played. That we've recently entered franchising, but our expertise in terms of school running is over 45 years. So it's a bit different. So my views might be a bit different from my friends that are on the panel right now. But that's what I have experienced over the last few years, that we've actually launched during which we've actually launched a franchise vertical.
Yeah, I think Preetham want to say something.
I fully agree. Ricket, very good afternoon, and I really
Hello, Preetham.
appreciate one very important point which you definitely gave us, that leverage is what the franchisee is looking for. That pace, that understanding, that easy rules and regulation, easy going, because he himself is again an entrepreneur, he is again a business owner to your part of business. So
Yes.
it is not a teacher to whom you are going to handle it, it is the owner. Yes, he may be the new to the industry, but yes, with the pace, you have to make him understand that this is what it is. And you have to be almost like a partner word. Again, the second word you said, they are not the franchisee, they are almost like a partner to your business.
Yes, very true.
Yes, Rathod sir, please.
Franchising is like one managing director has to hold power or put under the power of many managing directors, because every franchisee is managing director of their small setup. Whoever is investing 10 lakh, 15 lakh rupees to start a preschool.
Yeah.
In my case, my model comes into 15, 20 lakh rupees in a rental premises or their own premises. तो 15-20 लाख रुपए लगा के वो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर बन जाता है without any experience. And immediately after, this is not true in all the cases, but immediately after the opening of the school, he started, putting his own thoughts over your thoughts. So it is very franchising is not a very easy process. One thing. Second thing, we are into franchising for more than 10 years now, and we have experienced more than 250 business partners. I always use the term business partners, not franchise. So we have already experienced with 250 plus business partners, and the kind of revenue we generate out of it, franchisor generate out of it. Preetham may or may not be agreed with my comments, but if you have 20 your company on preschools, the kind of revenue you make out of 20 odd preschools of company on, you will not be making out of 100 franchise models. That's one thing. Second thing, the whole control is yours. Quality check is yours. The center head who is sitting in the school, the teachers who are teaching in the classrooms, all will follow your SOPs 100%. But in case of franchise model, you never know in which branch what is happening. All of a sudden, you will find a mail in your inbox of any parent complaining about a particular franchise or a particular teacher. So yes, expansion will not happen without franchises. The kind of name we created in the market in 10 years of the time, we can never create without franchise model. But the kind of revenue, kind of satisfaction level I could have with 20 odd my company on branch, I am not having with 250 branches. This is my experience.
Agreed.
Preetham was smiling. I don't know what experience Preetham is having.
I always, added on in this, sir, because I believe all of you are, having a more than experience which I have. So, see, I always believe seriousness is not created by the education in India. That's the biggest mistake and difficulty which all we are facing as educators. It is very important if you create a seriousness in the system, the teacher, the parents, the franchisor, business partner, everybody on the line. That's most important part we actually miss on. Yes, definitely, we all are managing directors, founders are here, and we create expansions. Definitely, we are doing it. But the seriousness is very important because when you look at in the preschool teacher, she just come for 3 hours or 4 hours and she's very, okay, I'm a housewife. I know how to maintain my child. I know how to, teach the school, kids. That's most important. So there should be some seriousness from the government need to be, come forward and say, even if a preschool, this is the minimum, and the quality education when we talk about. That's most important part we are missing here right now. Yes, sir.
In case of teachers, Hema,
yeah,
we can pick and choose. We can train them. But in case of franchisees, definitely we have round of there's a selection criteria in my case now, not initially, because the beggar can never be a chooser. So initially, when you are in the starting phase, you need a franchisee in every city, every locality.
True.
So in that time you cannot choose. But now I am very choosy. But even after having round of discussions with the franchisees, before taking the franchisee, everybody is like this. Nahi sir, जो भी आपके SOPs है, will follow 100% and this and that. The moment they start the operation of the branch, some of them are not following. So my whoever franchises is watching this show or want to take the franchise, my simple suggestion is if you are going to take franchise of any business, not only the preschool or school or any institution, educational, any business, you should surrender for at least first 12 months to the company.
True.
One cycle is required to understand any business. And that is for the person who is from the same background, either from the marketing or from the education sector or from the operation sector. कोई घर से उठ के हाउसवाइफ उठकर आ गई है, उनके लिए स्कूल खोल दिया, तो उनको 2 साल लगेंगे समझने में. तो ये समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि फर्स्ट 12 months आपको कंपनी जो बोल रही है उसको फॉलो करो. इफ यू हैव एनीथिंग टू implement, any thought in your mind, discuss with the company officials. We are always open. अगर कोई भी अच्छा सजेशन कोई फ्रेंचाइजी लेकर आता है, कई बार होता है हमारे दिमाग में भी वो बात नहीं आ रही हो सकता है कि वो फ्रूटफुल हो, बट डोंट ट्राई एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग इन द फर्स्ट 12 months. This is my suggestion for the aspiring franchisees and the existing franchisees.
Agreed. So I think today we have a very wonderful going on. So next, Peter, for you, for the new education policy has a vision for the early childhood education, as you know that, right? So give me some positive and negative from your side. What do you look forward? Because I always ask standard question, not a specific thing. I really want you should talk about, yes, positive is happening because all the early childhood, the people are excited because we are finally get it on the board and the policy note. People are actually know that yes, early childhood bhi kuch hota hai. That's the best part is happening right now.
Emma,
Yeah, go ahead.
I've already spoken this thing in my previous 2 webinars. I'll tell you this thing. My father asked me the day NEP was announced, every news channel has got NEP and NEP.
Yeah.
In the dinner table, he asked me that, Pritam, what is there for you in NEP? मैं बोला, पापा, इस अनाथ को कोई पेरेंट मिल गया है. He was laughing like anything, right? So, women and child development, MHRD, कोई भी local authorities. See, even we know what was that instances from my 2005 journey. To where to go, what to ask, what to do was, again, this was a very difficult to operate, I say. And I thanks to each and every teachers, every owners, every preschool owners, every brand owners, because of their presence, because of their activities, because of their education. This is possible in India in 2020 at least. If this industry would not have been there in 2005 when I started up, or how we took it for the last 15 years, this NEP may not be possible for that early years in 2020. So the good news is we now have a parent. Right. The next is, let's say, what is good about this thing is we are now an official in a school system. That nursery, LKG, UKG as an official system, and it is written as a word called preschool in a Ministry of Education document.
Yeah.
Right? It is not that Anganwadi is what they were talking about. It is not that preschool, kindergarten, play school, whatever the name given to this, with any of the state governments, whatever has happened, I'll say. But now I still have this thing which is very positive, and the next thing is which I am expecting now. Now everything is going to be very, let's say, it's going to be a good. NEP is there, the preschools will exit, now new rules and regulations will come into states. But I, again, rather than states, I request the Ministry of Education, right, that there are some points where these preschool owners have issues for the last 15 years. Now also there is a problem going on. As a vice president of BCA, already she has taken an initiative that 3 years, nursery at 3, right? So now let me give you some points which I feel that this should be more clarity in NEP, which should come from Ministry of Education, not should be given it to the state to decide into this part. Let's say the first is the age of start. It is not 2.5, it is not 2.8, it is not 2.10. This is a 3+ for nursery. And this is 3+ for nursery, let's say, which every state has to follow. And that age, as on what date? It is January, it is March, it is April, it is June, it is July, or it is September. Because every state has got a different academic year also right now.
Right.
So even that is a very troublesome issues when you are running practicality in different states. Till the time I'm in Karnataka, I'm not bothered about India, right? But as soon as I go to Odisha, Bihar, West Bengal, and Jammu Kashmir, right, I have to see their different academic years. And I am saying 3 years on 1st of June 2021, but somebody is saying 1st of December, and this thing should be very much clarity should be given from the Ministry of Education. Then we are talking about a child teacher ratio. I am accepting it. It will be, as a private, it will be different. As a government, it will be different. But there should be a minimum standard of ratio. Lower is better. Higher has to be kept. This is my way of understanding it. Now, Hema, to be very precise, I have seen preschools in Andhra Pradesh with 6 hours of preschools. Kadapa is a small town in Andhra Pradesh, and the preschool exists for almost 6.5 hours. It's like a school time. So when we talk about some what you call as the learning concept, when we talk about pandemic and government talked about that preschool में आप आधे घंटे से ज़्यादा online नहीं पढ़ा सकते, हेमा, kids are watching 7 hours on screen right now. If you are not giving that education, the kids are on screen either on mobile and TV, or the parent has to be get engaged with that activities. I am a very young parent. I know how difficult it is. So restrict the number of hours for the preschool also. That it should not extend 2 hours or 3 hours for that particular location across India. Now there is a space requirement. I know we all operate from a small building, bigger buildings, open areas, fine. But you specify a space that this is per child per square feet requirement for a particular school. You do not talk about 2000 square feet. You say if you have 2000, you will be able to take only this many number of children. I have experienced myself in Karnataka. You talked about 9 square meter per child, and as soon as you go to Tamil Nadu, 100 kilometers away from here, as soon as you go to Tamil Nadu, it says 20 square meter per child, 20 square feet per child. This is irrelevant. We are all Indians. This the child is the same in India or Karnataka or in say Tamil Nadu. So let's talk about that space requirement also. And let it be very clarity, because these are small owners, these are all lady owners, these are majority of the owners are ladies. They have been working from the small places. They are in a residential area. They are in a what you call as which is a proximity to the residential areas where parents can send them easily, not into a commercial areas. So let it be a clear definition that these people can run preschool in residential area also with such and such permissions, or say that you have to pay commercial taxes for this building, or you have to take a commercial electricity, or take a commercial this thing, because it is going to be a standalone preschool right now. Let's say as per the NEP, they are saying it's a preschool standalone also. So they have to come up with this basic. Otherwise, what happened in Tamil Nadu? To start a preschool, you have to take 20 permissions. By the time you got the 20th, the top 5 is ready to renew. And think about that lady running a preschool with 50 children, running between the 50 departments of government. Make compulsory the CCTV camera, because the child is too young. For the safety standard, you must need to have a CCTV camera, right? And the staff, every staff working in these schools, right? Through certain what you call as a verification criteria, either through a police or a private agency, has to be there properly, because the safety of the kids has to be certainly be taken care of. And a minimum qualification of the teachers, either through a degree or a diploma in early childhood education, right? With a proper eligibility test, which is already there in NEP, which is a very good sign, right? And there are more number of universities has to be given this course of early childhood education and care. ECE courses has to be defined. And once it is everything in place, trust me, we are going to see a new generation in next 10, 15, 20 years ahead.
Agree. So I'm glad, I really, I think we need to jot down on the entire list to here, and it is very important to understand the broad guideline are there as the NEP 2020.
Ma'am Rathore wanted to add something to it.
Yeah, specifically for early childhood, which is a very good part and good move happened. But there is still lot of misses are there which we need to jot down, and the government has to come up very specifically, because we deal in very early years and the foundation years. But I must say these are the foundation years. And when we targeting this year onwards, yes, we are adding it foundation years as a formally in our education policy. So I appeal for everyone. I think all the owners are with me. I'm sure all of you are with us. Let's push towards as well to the government also. Yes, we need a clarity. We need a clearly guidelines also here. I have a next question to you, Sharma sir, for you. As we know, the brands are working in a different tier two, tier three towns. How they maintain their quality into the system? As Preetham already said, Rathore sir already said, it's very difficult to give them the SOPs, give them the clarity, but how to maintain those things? What you say on that?
Yeah, Miss Hema, actually, I must start a bit further from this question.
Yeah.
And that is, let's start that in the initial phases, we all had organic growth.
Yeah.
Like I started in 98, so first 15 years I was in an organic growth phase, opening my own schools with my own investments. Of course, it was slow, and then we decided to plunge in with the franchising model, as Mr. Rekit told us that we have enough experience now. We want to share it with other people. So now we have got the schools in A class, B class, and C class cities, and all the three parents have different mindsets and different expectations from our brand. But yes, that's a benchmark we should have. And before plunging in for a franchising, I think as an entrepreneur, we should be very clear that why we are plunging in for the franchising. Is it that I want to develop my business to an extent and sell it off after 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line? Or I want to go multiple units because I want to send my message to the maximum people across India or maybe Asia or world or whatever. Till we are not clear why we are in franchising, it is very difficult to frame that curriculum and that system which will adopt to all the classes of the people in India. So if we are clear at that point, yes, I want to like, for instance, for me, moral science, ethical education, mannerism, love towards the parents, they are on the higher shelves, and it is actually universal all through the nation, and that's why we are enforcing the Vedic education in our curriculum, even in the nursery classes. Okay, so it was asked to me in a meeting at Noida. Mr. Peter was also there. That how can you think of Vedic education in nursery class? And on one side, you are saying that Montessori is now wearing out and we should go for Cambridge. On the other side, you are saying Vedic, which is even more older. So I must say it is about the human behavior. For 5,000 years back, a person when he was sad, he used to cry. Today, if a person is sad, he cries. And after 5,000 years, if a person will be sad, he'll be crying. So what has changed in human behavior? Nothing. So same thing applies here also, that whether the child is from the A grade city or B grade or C grade, the human behavior is the same. And in nursery classes, we basically aim to frame a personality because we all know that maximum human brain development is done till 5 years of age. So all the habits, all the slangs, all the you may say basic human trends are developed in this age, and that's why it's more important to be focused and we should design our curriculum which is apt for all. So this is one thing. Secondly, to put the uniformity in our all the franchisings, my opinion is that the center head has to be sent from the head office, or maybe if we can get some training systems in our head offices where the center head comes in, stays with us for 15, 20 days or 1 month, get trained in your direct guidance. Actually, they are carrying your values, they are carrying your vision, and then they are appointed over there. Maybe we'll pay for the center head. The same thing some senior school franchisees are doing, like DPS and all. They send their own center heads and they pay for that, but they charge from the franchisee. So this is one of the ways to ensure that whether a school is in a B class or C class city, still we ensure the same standards which we promise. And before that, we should know that what should be the takeaway of a franchisee or a child who is studying in my brand. If a child takes admission in Belamente, I should be very sure that after studying 3 years under my guidance, this is the takeaway of the child. Whatever, he may be a slow learner, he may be a fast learner, but these three things I guarantee. And that has been the real success reason behind the missionaries in last 200 years. Why missionaries were so popular? I am a missionary product. Father Raymond used to say, respect for the ladies, spoken English, mannerism. This is what I want in my boys. I was in a purely boys' school. Rest, you study maths, you study biology, you study commerce, fine, it's up to you. But these three things, what as a principal I want from you. So I think that is what we should set in our organizations, that these are the 3 or 4 criterias which my pupil will have it, whether he is from a village or he is from Delhi or from Mumbai or from wherever else. I think if we have that, and plus if we have training centers for our center heads, and send them from our side, it may increase the cost a little bit. And as we know that in this new education policy, they are setting some benchmarks. And what Mr. Preetham told, that a minimum space criteria and the CCTV and those criteria has to be settled. This will definitely increase the franchising setup cost. Then it won't be 15 lakhs or 20 lakhs. It will go up. So again, that layer which our clients will shrink a bit. But yes, it will be better on the other side that not every Tom, Dick, or Harry will be opening a school anywhere. There will be a standard benchmark, and it will be easy for us to deal with the professionals than any person who has just woke up in the morning and told, "Oh, I also want a preschool of my own." So that way it will be definitely shaping up the preschool business, franchising business. But on the other side, we should be prepared that that layer of people who are taking up our franchising will be shrinking. So I think I have made it my point, or if I'm not clear, please let me know.
No. I think you're perfectly right and correct. Yes, if the cost will be increased, that's perfectly fine. The shrinking is there, but yes, the quality will can also going up. So the cost come with along the quality. So I have a request last and I think final because we are short of time today. One of the question I really because now wanted to ask to you is as Sharma sir said to us, cost will increase. If you see in the current market, there is a franchisees are selling the franchisee on 60,000, 90,000. Brands are there, there's a lot of competition in India, right? Cut, copy, paste, I always believe. So, so what do you say on that? Because see, as when we talk about the quality of education, do you really think it's 90,000 rupees you'll able to open a preschool?
Well, like when we were doing a research over the last few years, and then we have come across such brands, of course.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting to see what is going on in education in India. Like in this case, it's like my like because I've had a word with my team. I've spoken to my franchise team about this in the past multiple times over the last few years, and then we've come to a we've come to an arrangement that we've come to a conclusion which is as follows: that if a franchisee is negotiating with you over the cost of setting up the franchisee, or if they're negotiating with you over the franchise fee or any other financial negotiation, and if they're hardballing it, then and then that possibly isn't the right partner for you. Because if the franchisee doesn't see value in your brand, and if they don't see value in the work that you've done over a period of time to even be considered an expert in terms of education, then I think that is the right. Then I think that's the wrong partner for you. So we've come across various potential franchise schools in the past, and we've actually said no to dozens of them. Um, so the ones that we've signed, of course, the ones that are about to be launched next year and next to next year as well. There is no financial, negotiation that we do after a point, because if you don't see value in a legacy school, which has stood the test of time, because our first school was launched in the year 1976. So these are some of the questions that we are asked basically, that, okay, like, what are you going to do? What are the services that you're going to offer? Well, what you're doing basically in terms of franchising is that you're serving everything on a platter and giving it to an entrepreneur who wishes to enter the education industry. And what you've served on the platter has come with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So I think that that's one thing that franchise owners need to understand. The second point is that those franchise brands that are willing to, though I am not personally in touch with any of them actually, but particularly those franchise brands that don't value their brand name and the effort enough, then they get partners who don't value them as well in the long run. So as Pritam also said, and as SK Saab also said as well, that that what's the point of opening 100 new schools if 50 will close down? So it's a long term partnership that you find yourselves in terms of franchising, and the value, the value product, the proposition, it particularly needs to be understood from both sides. So if the franchisee doesn't value the franchisor, and if the franchisor doesn't value the franchisee, and then you won't still survive beyond a few years. But if you want to essentially create a business model that lasts decades and centuries, even, though no one has done that yet. But if you want to, I think mutual respect, and I think the value proposition that you are giving to the franchisee needs to be fully understood. Otherwise, it's a complete waste of time. Otherwise, they'll just close down after 1 or 2 years and then go on to some other brand. So I hope that answers your question
Yes.
with regards to this.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Preetam want to say something. Yeah, Preetam, go ahead, please.
Ma'am, we're
I
short
was
on
giving a
time.
thumbs up to great.
Okay. So I think I think it's an eye opener for everyone. Let's understand franchisee and franchisor business is good for the expansion for the any brand you wanted to launch and go for the long term. But ethics is very important. Any business you do, there's a process are very important. I'm very process oriented person. I really want the process. Yes, marketing you do expansion whatever wanted to do it, but yes, the trust, and please keep it in a mind on end of the result, the child development is important. See, we all surrounded with only one end output is always one here is the children development. That's what we work for. I'm sure all of you are with me today. And purpose for here is the children development. Nurture our children, take them for the next generation, for the future. They always remember, yes, as a brand, they will study with you. That's what the important part is. So do franchising business. It's a wonderful job, and I'm sure all of my colleagues are with me, and they all are doing great. So, but ethical business, become a franchisee with us. All of the brands are available. Please come and come forward. Become a franchisees with us. But please ensure you have to invest time, money, and value. Everything is important. Don't just like, okay, I have given the money, I become a franchisee or a business partner. It will work never. It is just not, I don't have money, only time is there. Still not is going to work. I will join you, but I will not follow your process. This will also not going to happen. So I'm sure all my partners are, with me in this talk. And thank you so much, Intep and the entire team,
Thank you,
Rathore
ma'am.
sir, Preetam, uh, Sharma sir, Vikrit. Thank you so much for all of you for having me today. Intep, go to you.
Thank you so much, Hema
Himanshu.
ma'am, for moderating the lovely session. And thank you so much, Rathore sir, Preetam sir, Ajay sir, and Vikrit sir, for joining us
very
today and giving your lovely insights. Yeah, by the way, I do also concur. And it's not only with the franchise business or something, but if you have to invest your time, money, and value in everything that you do. So,
Yes.
I hope you guys get more franchisees and you grow very rapidly. Thank you so much for coming. And to all the subscribers, let's move on to the next session that we have. Thank you so much, Preetam sir. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so much,
Preetam sir.
everyone, having me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So,
you, everyone.
yeah. So the next session that we have, guys, is about what are the day-to-day challenges that are faced by schools on a daily basis. So, and starting with us, this session would be moderated by Dr. Karan Girish, none other than the enthusiastic and energetic Dr. Karan Girish. And joining us for the session would be renowned principals from all over India. So I presume, Dr. Karan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I have to on the camera. Can you just allow that?
I guess, Doc, the cam, I requested, and I've requested everybody to switch on the camera. Okay, no problem. There must be some technical glitches going on. So I'm sure all of us are already aware that since it's an online session, situations like these do arise. So as I was talking, this is our last session of the day. Prior to this, we've had 3 sessions with wonderful leaders from the government. We had Shiv Khera sir as well, who joined, and then we had Raghav Podar sir, and everybody, they all shared their insights. And now we have creme de la creme principals of India, whether it's Kan Bali sir or Neeti Tripathi ma'am or Deepak Bish sir. I'm not going to be the one who'll be introducing them to you, but Dr. Kanan Girish, who's the moderator, and there he is, finally. Welcome, Doc.
Oh yeah, all are there.
Yes, sir. Let's start, Doc. We are live. Just to remind you, we are live already on YouTube. So sorry for any delay, everybody. Let's quickly start, Doc. Thank you so much.
So, very good evening to all of y'all. Today it gives me great pleasure to moderate this wonderful sessions with the esteemed panel that we have over here. So, before we start off on this, just a small note to all of y'all. I think these are tough times and unprecedented times for all of us in education. And unprecedented times also calls for unprecedented measures in the leadership. So that's where we are over here right now with some of the most wonderful and the most eminent leaders of our country who are going to now come forward with different ideas and issues related to developing curriculum for the evaluating student outcomes, teacher communication and collaboration, and paperwork, admission, safety and security of student situation, and also improving the academic in achievement. So these are the topics that we are going to discuss right now. And to start off with, I know these is a lot of us are having lot of views on education. When is it going to start? That's the number one question every child is asking today. When is my normal schooling going to start? The question that all the teachers are asking is when are we going back to normal? So there are a lot of these questions. With me, I have a huge set of eminent panelists, starting off with Dr. Sapna Agarwal. Principal from the Delhi Public School Quota, Director of Entab Academy. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Deepak Raj Singh Bishop, Principal of Alcom Public School from New Delhi. Welcome, sir. So we're not able to hear you, sir. We're not able to hear you. Yeah. It's a little bit of echoing, sir. Yeah. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. And we have Ms. Neeti Tripathi, Vice Principal from Saida International School, all the way from Bangladesh. Welcome, ma'am. So you're going to give us a little global perspective on this. Welcome, ma'am. Neeti, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
And we have our legendary principal from Hyderabad Public School, very renowned Dr. Skand Bali, sir. Welcome, sir, to this August panel. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we start off with Dr. Swapna Agarwal. Let's start with ma'am. Ma'am, the question to you right now is something to design with. We had a normal that was there till March. Once the March lockdown happened and there was something called the new normal or what is normal and confusion. Now people have started to come to that, okay, this is going to go on for some more time. What do we do? So now my question to you, ma'am, how is this affecting student outcomes? Because you have 9, 10th and 11th, 12th students who are learning online. Are their assessments really good? How are we going to readapt the curriculum design and bring that curriculum design to be more, relevant to an online model? And if again it's going to be a blended model, which nobody knows how it's going to go. So I would like to throw about your light on these two issues, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kanan, and the esteemed panel. Okay, so the question is indeed a very profound question. So it's definitely very, very important for us to understand that it is going to be a blended curriculum, or as what is the level of assessments with children. So the struggle practically for the learning fraternity, the pedagogical, whosoever is involved in this pedagogical process has begun now. It was at the time when COVID started happening in India and lockdown was beginning. But as the unlock is happening, the struggle that what will be the deliverables? How are they going to actually do in the exams? Because still there is a lot of confusion with the percentage of parents. You know, some of them are still believing that we don't want to send them. I mean, their personal concerns that something might happen to the child. But whatsoever it is, the evaluation and assessment for an academic year, whatever methodologies they followed to learn, it could be a virtual platform, it could be a personalized platform, right? So they have acquired something, and before we pass them out to a next class and before they go into their curriculum, especially the children of class 10th who will be choosing a different stream from class 11, it's very, very important. In fact, for all the children across. So the children, those who are appearing for class 10 boards, and the children, those who are appearing for class 12. The educators, all those who are viewing and listening to us, I think we'll all be in a sync to say this thing, that we have been contributing to education. The children have been learning whichever ways. Whosoever chose not to study, believing that some drastic deductions are going to happen on the syllabi, which may or may not happen, they still have to appear for a lot of competitive exams, starting from A exam to Z exam. There are a variety of platforms for children. So they still have to study and perform well in whatever streams they have to choose further. So when we talk about new normal, yes, we all have to keep in mind that COVID is going to stay us forever. Right. Once we believe this, we are going to redefine ourselves. I would also like to say that by March, we all knew that lockdown has happened. By June, most of our teachers, most of the educators, all the people who were upgrading themselves regularly, we could train our teachers in a different way so that they could contribute and continue the pedagogical processes. Right. So I hope and I believe that each one of us is in sync with each other, with the system, and we are going to assess and evaluate our children and help them lead the right path which is required for them.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful, ma'am. So you're saying that's the way forward, yeah?
That's the way forward.
Wonderful, ma'am. So next, I'd like to move to Dr. Skandbali, sir. Sir, today, the biggest question in the mind of every educator is revenue management. Today, I'm sure everywhere, the government is giving one policy, parents are talking about it differently, there's a public opinion, then there is the running cost of every institution. Today, all of the educators are going through this. So can you throw us some light on, number one, on how do we manage the revenue? Why is there such much, skepticism towards paying a fees? You're supporting your child's education, but why is this sudden skepticism come among parents that why should I pay for the offline as the same as for the online? Why is this sudden skepticism coming? And second, how is this going to affect our academic achievement? Because now that salary cuts might be coming in, or good people may not want to come into education. So I would love you to, sir, throw light on all of these issues, sir. Over to you, sir, Dr. Skandbali.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Girish. I think it's a pertinent question. These days, most of the schools across the country are facing this issue. There is a tussle going on between the parents and the school in terms of finances and the management. I'll just go into the background a little and then come onto your questions. The first of all, most important thing is that across the country, the governments have rolled out some rules and some regulations and some decisions pertaining to the fee regulation this year especially. So the schools have already taken a double hit when it comes on fee hike. One, the schools have not been allowed to take fee hike. Number two, the schools are supposed to charge only the tuition fee. You cannot charge over and above what you were expecting or you were charging earlier. And number three is schools have to beat the inflationary cost. When I say inflationary cost, there are certain expenses which schools have to bear. For example, the property tax school has to pay. There is no rebate or concession given by the government on the property tax. There is no concession or rebate given on the taxes for buses and the vehicles owned by the school, except one state. I think Punjab has brought it down to about 50%, but most of the country has not. The electricity bills are therein thereabout. Yes, there is a slight reduction in the electricity bills than what it used to be, and you have to pay your staff. You have to maintain your school building as well. So most of the times, parents do not understand the concept of where the expenses are going into from the school side. The COVID response has already added another expense to the school. When the schools reopen, schools will have to invest hugely in terms of COVID response, whether it is providing infectants, whether it is providing sanitizers, whether it is de-infecting the classrooms and the campuses. And the bigger the campus, the bigger the challenge is before the schools, which parents have not addressed. That is one part of it. The second important aspect is that, which you said, that the parents they do question schools that online and offline, and you're just teaching online and not offline. First of all, whosoever questions this does not know about education much. And I'm extremely sorry for using this harsh sentence, because online delivery of lessons is much more difficult than offline.
Yes.
Exactly. There is a lot of effort which goes on the part of the teacher. Exactly. Now, understandably, the times have been reduced. Like if a child is in school, let's say for 6 hours or 8 hours in a day, now that has been dropped to about, say, 2 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours max. There are various reasons for that. One of the reasons is it is not good for them to be on the screen for such a long time. Number two, there are many activities which happen in the school have been reduced. For example, sports periods are not taking place that much. The lunch hours and the break timings, the assembly time, parents don't look at those points as well. Another important thing is that there are certain guidelines which have come from the various curriculums and the governments in terms of online classes as well. So I think what as educators you need to do is, you need to be always open to speak to the parents. If they are coming to you, if they are talking to you, if they are writing to you, please by all means speak to them. But do not react to what is going on in the social media and what is going on in their private WhatsApp groups and what they are discussing here and there, because most of that is a loose talk. The parents who are genuinely interested to know, they will reach out to you. And in most of the cases, it has happened with me as well. There are a lot of parents who have reached out to us. Fortunately, 90-95% of our parents have been paying fee regularly. So that is a very, very encouraging thing for us. That shows that a lot of them understand our ethos, our values, where we are coming from. But my request to the parents is, please do not anticipate or expect that the schools are run like industries and factories, where they shut down and you can actually cut down the cost. No. The cost on delivery, on ground is way high, very, very high. Especially if the school is not a private run or a profit organization. Most of the schools, like my school, we have not caused any salary cut to the staff. Now that in itself is a huge cost. You have to look after your community. You cannot say that, okay, just to impress the parents, okay, we'll give a reduction of 10% or 15%, but at the same time, staff salaries are slashed by about 50%. A lot of schools are doing it. 30 to 50% is the norm. So I think these are some of the points which need to be looked at. But most importantly, as educational leaders, we need to be open to listen to the parents, and we need to be openly convey to them what we are going through and what actually is happening, provided a parent walks up to you and discusses something in a very positive manner.
Brilliant. Brilliant, sir. Brilliant. Thank you so much, sir. I think you've raised some very, very useful fundamental points in the area of revenue management, and that the fact that it has to be a collaboration and each one needs to be empathetic on each other, which is, I think, we're lacking in many areas today. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much on that. And, sir, I'll now move on to Deepak, Dr. Deepak, sir. Deepak, sir, I would like to ask from you, sir. What are the areas that you think is now working in the area of teacher training, communication, collaboration? How do you think that is working in your institution? Like how Dr. Skanbali sir was telling how it's working in his institution, that they've been able to collect the fees because of the trust factor also that is there. So I'd like to ask you, Deepak sir, what are the areas that you have been working on in this area of revenue management and also helping teachers, bringing the communication and collaboration between teacher and parent? So I'd like to have your views, sir. Dr. Deepak sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Khanna, and thank you, Dr. Ali. It was lovely to hear you out. And first, I would like to express my greetings to each one of you and my Navratri wishes. We have started actually this communication today on very auspicious day, that is Navratri. So, I'll just give you background. We've been talking about, as Dr. Bali also mentioned, about the teachers. So, to me, Dr. Kanan, I think we should firstly, I think we all need to acknowledge the hard work the teachers have done, and they have emerged as the front line warrior in this COVID period. It was the overnight shift from the physical classes to the virtual classes, and the way they have adapted to technology, that is I think they deserve huge appreciation for their adaptability quotient. And yes, we did have actually these initial hiccups, when we moved from, we had only 1 week time to switch from the virtual to physical to virtual classes. But then, what we did actually at school, we made teams, because we had the staff members, those who are not technology savvy, and there are young teachers, those who are very much techno savvy. So we made team of the old versus and one old person with a new teacher, and the mentoring took place. So the younger generation teachers were training the little older generation the technology, as at the same time the younger generation were benefiting from the content knowledge which our the experienced teachers had. So that way the collaboration took place, and we had actually an open communication with our parents. I know the mails were sent. There was a training for all the staff members, all the students, and all the parents. We had training sessions, and we had clear-cut expectations from all the staff members, all the students, and as well as from the parents. Switching to virtual mode, we had the classroom management issues at times, children scrubbing the screen and things like. But then we had actually the sessions for these people, for parents as well as the students, regarding how it is hampering the education, how it is hampering the individual growth and the learning. So we set the protocols, and we set the protocols when the syllabus will be shared with the teacher, with the students, and when the content will be shared, and when the link will be shared, and when the class will be delivered. So all that required a lot of collaboration between the teachers, the students, as well as with the parents. So, but we were able to do it, and I'm happy to share with you. Actually, today, every single teacher in our organization is very well acquainted with the technology. They have been evaluating children online, and they have been, innovating every day. There are podcasts which are being sent. There is flip classroom, which flip classes we are having. We are having evaluation and everything that is taking place. So that is there. And as far as the finance,
We're not able to hear you properly, sir.
Transparent with your parents, and you
Uh, Kapil,
Deepak sir, it's not audible, sir.
We are unable to hear you, Deepak sir, and the same is not going on YouTube as well.
Hello, Deepak sir. No, we are not able to hear you, sir.
We are not able to hear you, sir. No problem. Maybe
No
you
problem.
can.
We'll get back to you, sir. We'll just get back to you then. Huh? So Deepak sir was talking about training, and how he has been training with the teachers and he has been able to engage the teachers. So the next one, I'm going to go to Ms. Niti Tripathi. She's very excited. I know because she's not in India right now. She's from Bangladesh. So I want to ask you, ma'am, tell us how has it been over there? What are some of the best practices that you have used in the area of managing teachers and managing the revenues and managing such a crisis, which is the global pandemic? And what are some lessons that you think we can learn from you that we can implement in our schools and in our areas? Over to you.
Okay, so thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that I was so relieved to hear when Mr. Bali was talking about those protests and parents talking, because same thing is happening in Bangladesh also. So it's good to hear that we are not alone. Whatever is happening in India, same thing everywhere in Bangladesh. All the schools, trust me, facing the same kind of issues. We all are sailing in the same boat. So thankfully, time will pass and we'll come up with some solutions. So, okay, let's talk about what is my, overall view on all this. So fine, it's been almost 6 to 7 months, I will say, and we are still going on. I think education industries was among the first one to be closed, and I think will be the last one to really be opening and working properly when we can see the students in the school face to face. So in this time, what I have understood, like if we talk about everyone, all of us educator, we know that the blended learning is the future of the education now. We all know this goes beyond any doubt, beyond any question. I feel that now the time has come when we have to think that education should deliberate on 5W of education. And what are those 5W and 1H? It's who, what, why, when, where, and how. These are very important points. So henceforth, all the planning and everything should revolve around these 5W and H. Now, what all also I have seen in these 7 months, what I have seen, the first point which I have noticed, that there is a shift of learning or learning space. Now we know the education, now it's no more, now the child doesn't have to go to school. Child can sit in the house and with using their personal devices, child can learn. So there's a shift of learning space. Then there's a shift of interaction, social interaction. Child is still talking to the teachers, classmates, and everyone, but yes, it has become virtual now. So the interaction has become virtual more than face-to-face interaction. Then there is a shift of delivery. Now we know that one size fits all. This was we were in education industries, we were debating on this, that this doesn't fit in education industry. We need to have the differentiated curriculum, we need to have individualized and personalized learning, but somehow these things were still taken a backseat. But now with this new normal, with this blended learning, this is the time that we pay attention to this. Because suppose with blended learning going on, online learning going on, are you going to leave the children with learning disabilities? Are you going to leave the children with special needs or different learning style? We have to cover all. We have to take care of all kind of children. So this one size fits all will not work in education industry anymore. So there is a shift of delivery, how we are going to deliver our curriculum. And then there is a shift of responsibility also. You see, first it was schools are responsible for everything, all sort of learning. But with this new normal, we have seen the parents, the family members actively involved into the child's learning. They're sitting with them, helping them with their classes, all sort of things. So there is a responsibility factor lying on them also. So there's a good collaboration between the schools and the parents and everyone that, okay, it's together we have to do. Then there is a big shift of evaluation of learning. So far we were still into the summative assessment of learning thing going on in our classes, but it's time for us to think about the formative assessment more than the summative assessment. We need to think of from assessment of learning to assessment for learning, because now the results should be used to find out whether the learning outcome are clear to the children or not, or what we have to do more if it is not clear. So the formative assessment will definitely take a larger role, larger place in the new normal, in new scenario. And when I talk about the teachers training, see, Mr. Bish rightly said that for teachers it was a huge challenge, big challenge, overnight changing things. But still, I somehow feel the current technology is still used more of a, the teachers are still using them as teacher-centric pedagogy. You understand what I want to say, that the technology has to be enhanced and adopted in such a way that from teacher-centric pedagogy, it changes into child-centric pedagogy. This we have to learn still. We were so much into changing from one platform to another platform, so the technology on all the tools which we are using right now, more or less still it's teacher driven. The classrooms are teacher driven, the activities, the learning, the lessons are still teacher driven, but we have to learn how we will make it to child centric. So these are the challenges which we will be facing, and we need to understand how to overcome these challenges. As far as review, these what do I say, the parenting fee issue and all these things are concerned. I agree with what Mr. Bali said. Okay, we have to be very clear, and we have to make our parents understand. As Mr. Bist also rightly said, we need to be transparent in our approach. We have to make them understand that's the best school can do. We cannot shut the school. We cannot stop, taking classes. It is difficult right now. Parents are not understanding, but there are parents who are understanding. So far, I'm sitting here talking to you. Schools are running because of those parents who are understanding and who are with us. So there is a small group where probably there is some unrest or something, but hopefully this will overcome soon.
Sure. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's just wonderful what all your views that you said, and a very, very holistic way that you did it. And now I go to Dr. Sapna, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, the question to you is a very interesting question. I think it was, 5 years back, I was invited to Kota by then Chief Minister Dr. Vasundhara Raje. And I had come over there on a work to find out why there were a lot of suicides over there. Okay, so that was the project. And I had visited a lot of centers, and something very stark was there. Okay, on one side, you have all the for-profit coaching institutes, which nobody has any problem paying lakhs and lakhs of money. And on the other side, all schools are supposed to be not-for-profit. They should not make any money, and parents cry and cry to pay little money to the school for the teachers. It's such a contrast. Especially, you will see that in Kota. I have seen that in Kota. And now my question to you, ma'am, because you come from both sides of the spectrum and you're over there. My question to you is very simple. How do we motivate teachers? In fact, I still remember I met a director of one of the institutes. I choose not to tell the name. He said his highest earning teacher, he pays around 20 lakhs a month. 20 lakhs a month. I don't think even the highest earning doctor will earn that much in India. But the highest earning teacher was that. But whereas on the other side, you have schools where people are not ready to pay even 20,000, 30,000 fees, and they're on the verge of shutting down. And there's a huge moral loss. And now what is happening with this Baijus and all of them getting into this JE spectrum? Now you have all the good learning people, teaching people wanting to go for these for-profits, and all the people who have no other, don't have any other opportunity start coming for our school. So how do we maintain this teacher morale? How do we actually, handle the situation? And if there is one message that you can give out, probably to the government or the people watching you, what would that message be, ma'am? Yes, over to you.
Dr. Girish, thank you for this question. I wouldn't have been in a better place than in Kota to answer this. There are two absolutely different arenas and areas where it is, and I'm very glad that you've seen it by all yourself. Well, yes, of course, the question already has an answer, inbuilt answer when you were asking me. So, what happens is nothing comes when you pay peanuts. Right. So
only monkeys come, man.
Monkeys come, absolutely right. Though we've evolved from monkeys, but now we have a upright, erect position, and we have a well-developed brain, and we have a language to communicate, and we have presentation skills and all those skills which we have acquired. So, one thing, the director who mentioned about a particular lakhs of salary to a teacher, I think was very humble. There have been teachers who are earning crores of rupees in a year, in one academic year, right? For the simple reason so the teacher, anybody who's given we were talking about motivation. So anybody who's given an opportunity gets motivated. Money is definitely one area where person gets motivated. More than that, passion is there. Because, in case that person wants to deliver that child a particular chapter or a lesson or a question in such a way that which is going to be there in JE and by no chance the child is going to miss it. I think that the person has worked day in, day out on developing the skills, right? And that is what the person is being paid for. Unfortunately, what has happened in school education is, which I am sure has improved in various areas and pockets, a lot of people, they used to take it as an in-between job. They were even the teachers were not very serious about their profession which they are. I have personally been saying that this profession is a miracle profession. The transformation which a teacher can do to a child's life is amazing. They are the center of that transformation. Once the teacher realizes it, develops the skills, so training is a very important part. I would just like to quote unquote NEP, which says minimum 15 hours of continuous CPD, continuous professional development. I would request all the educators, when you mark those 50 hours, please don't let it be only on an Excel sheet. Right? It is very important that it is practically done with the teachers, because continuous development of a skill is impertinent. Once the skill is developed, the person realizes, okay, these are my potential areas, these are my ways how I communicate to a child, how, I mean, ma'am was just talking about, child-centric pedagogy. So where the child, I mean, why would child learn or hate particular subject is all because of a particular teacher. So if a person gets a person who makes the person fall in love with that particular subject, chapter, question, whatever it is, I think we are going to help children become self-scholars, self-driven, and they start digging and understanding that this is what I require, and they start asking teachers. So it will be more of a question, inquiry based. I have this question in mind, I have this doubt in mind, I sort of was trying to discover something, and this is it. I think there's a huge change which is being waited. We are almost at the right time. COVID has also given us an opportunity where we are at least 5 years ahead. We would have learned this online tutoring and education, I think, more than 5-7 years later than what we have done it now in few months. So I think, yes, it has been indeed a big problem and it has to go away now. Well, it is not going to go, right? It's just a wish. So it's something which is very important. Yes, we are on the verge of just taking a flight. And what better than we have made parents responsible. They were always partners in education because they were paying the fees. They were questioning us, how my child has progressed. Now they have seen that what happens inside the school, school was a personal space of a child where nobody interferes. Classrooms have become open now. Parents have to understand their responsibility. The children have to start taking interest. The teacher has to deliver the lesson plans, objectives and outcomes in such a way that there has to be some sort of an inquiry and discovery which a child is doing. So I'm sure with all of us put together and such like wonderful discussions happening, I mean, this is a wonderful thing. And well, please don't remember Kota as a suicide place. It isn't. More than Kota, suicides happen in medical colleges and Bollywood and all those places.
But ma'am, still you have not answered my question. Why is this for profit and not for profit, and the stark contrast that happens in Kota roads,
I didn't want to.
I don't understand, because I enrolled my child in Byju's and not even 3 days she attended that program. And I've been being bombarded with ads saying that they're going to test the aptitude of my 4th standard daughter and tell her that she is eligible to join their IIT program.
My God. See, I'm very happy that your child denied or rejected this thing after 3 days. We have something like coding coming up. By the time these children grow up, coding will be an obsolete thing. But you know what? I didn't want to answer this thing actually. That why coaching versus
Good.
Okay. Yeah. Why coaching versus school? So it is something like very simple. It's
I think Spencer, there's some there's some noise coming from this.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So the simple reason is it is like I would not say that a school has a lesser infrastructure. You've seen infrastructural premises in school, phenomenal. I don't think so any place in India would have the kind of infrastructures we have. The only thing is, unfortunately, what has happened is, okay, I wasn't wanting to do this, but it's okay. So what has happened is that way back, now things have really improved. We can almost say that it has been 7-8 years now that things have really changed and improved. There was a time when the coaching was actually just taking over the whole thing. Right, it was just taking over. So parents when they were paying a heavy fees, it is like paying this big than this. So they said, school ka we have paid this much, you need not go to a school. But coaching, we are paying this big, you cannot miss the coaching. So what happened? It suddenly started becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So that is it. So and there were certain schools who were actually not charging this big, but they were charging a big chunk. And then the parents never ever tried their child not to send to that school. So I think there's a mentality even with parents that when they pay, they want to take it back. So it's return on investment. So that is one kind of a thing. And yes, then the things when there is a profitability ratio, it is being shared to the teachers, and I think it matters. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful. I know it's a very, very tough question and a tough balance you have to do being the position that you're in, and you did it very well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir, Dr. Skandbali. They say the saying, sir, if Kota is the father, then definitely Telangana and Andhra is the mother of JEE coaching. They say that it is the mother. So I want to ask you, sir, on a simpler context. Now you have this NEP which is coming in, which is saying that, so many different things NEP is going to bring out. And it's like, they are focusing it as the cure-all of all the problems that Indian education is facing. So my take to you, sir, very important question. Till 7th standard, 8th standard, parents are so okay with their children pursuing all sorts of activities and everything. After 9th standard, they want the child only to look at academics, marks, and they drop out everything. Now, with the NEP coming in and saying, no, that should not be there, and it has to be a balance between the two. And who is going to fund the different aspects of the NEP that has not been mentioned at all in the document? Whether it is the parent who's going to fund, or is it the government that's going to fund, or who's going to fund it? Who's going to fund all the new infrastructure costs? Because on one side, Hyderabad is a classic example. Dr. Skansar's Hyderabad public school is on a massive couple of acre campus. Just next to that, you will find a school in a 10-ground campus. 10 grounds, 5-story building, and that will contain the entire school from first standard to 10th standard. So it's like a place of so contrast. So I want to ask you, sir, what do you see as this future, wherein which, when you have to do an NEP, you need grounds for doing the facilities. You need so much of facilities. There's going to be an infrastructure cost, and that's impossible in those type of schools, but it's definitely possible in yours type of schools. And how do you think is this attitude change that's going to happen with the parents? With right now, all the parents thinking that, oh, Arega, what is there here? What I'm getting in my online classes, what Baiju's is also giving me, Unacademy is also giving me. So what do you think should be the one where we can strike a balance as educators to, bring out this new change, sir? Over to you, sir.
See, first of all, I don't think NEP implementation is going to be any kind of economic burden on the organization. I think that's a completely misunderstanding of NEP. NEP talks about physical recreation, NEP talks about physical activity, NEP talks about co-curricular activities. But NEP does not ask you to buy grounds or expand your infrastructure if you can't. I think that's where the heads of the institutions have to be creative in their own way. And I'm sure that is definitely, yes, you are right. We are fortunate because we have about 130 odd acre campus. So that's the privilege which we have. So NEP is going to work in a big way when it comes on transformation and welfare of the child. Coming on your next question, comparison between Kota and Telangana, absolutely yes. There is a mad craze for NEET and IIT, JEE preparations in this part of the world. I just want to tell everybody that the future belongs to liberal arts. And none of us know the professions which will be available 5 years down the line. They don't exist today. What kind of courses will be available? They don't exist today. What will be important and critical is that the child, how mentally tough and creative the children are. Well, that's what's going to be the key player and the decision maker in times to come. So I think that's where the balance the school has to do, wherein again the heads of the institutions have to convey it rightly to the parents, bring in creativity in your own campus without adding financial burden on the parents or your management. Try and look at the possibilities as to how you can incorporate as much possible or as many possible NEP resolutions into your curriculum. I think that approach has to be taken up. Again, it boils down to the head of the institution, how creative he or she is, how out of the box he or she thinks, and how much better he or she can make life for his or her children. I think that's where it boils down to. So I don't think NEP is going to be any kind of a financial burden on the schools, unless until some private schools want to encash that as a fee boosting opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That was wonderful, sir. And over to you, sir. Deepak, sir, are you able to hear us now? Yes. So, Deepak, sir, I think you have to unmute yourself. Yes, sir. No, sir, we still are not able to hear you, sir.
I'm able to hear you all. I
Yeah.
don't know why somehow my voice is not reaching to you.
Yeah, it's very low right now. So I'll just give you a small this thing, sir. So I want to ask you, sir, how are you able to manage? Hello?
Hello.
Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. So how are you able to manage the academic achievement of the student? Because see, now the child is only online and the assessments are going to be online. So there is a thing of authenticity of how authentic the online assessment is. Second, when it comes to 10th, 11th and 12th, they are really missing out on learning, peer learning. They are missing out on clarifying doubts very quickly. And now within 4 to 6 months is their board exams, the life deciding board exam. And nobody knows when the board exams will be. Will it get postponed or how it's going to be or when the schools will start? And now the government has come out with this order saying that if a child has to come back to the school, the parent has to give a letter saying if anything happens to the child, the school is not responsible. And I think most parents don't want to give such a letter. So how do you think that we can inspire parents and or even if it is online, how can we adequately train our children who are especially facing the board exams, sir? So that's a question to you. Yes.
So, Dr. Kannan, whether it is the offline or online, it is extremely important actually to prepare our children. So there are strategies for that. There are strategies which we educators and which we principals apply in our day-to-day functioning of the school. One of the major thing, if you ask me particularly what we do at the school, we have a plan actually, what we do. Like the first thing, we ask all our teachers, there is a term called KYC. So know your children. So if the teachers know their children, they know them inside out, then they will be able to cater the needs of each and every child in the classroom. So there is a saying: to teach Ramu maths, I need to know Ramu. So it is extremely important for all the teachers, all educators to know their children. And also all the educators and all the teachers, they need to know what kind of learners they have. They have visual learners. They like children. They are visual learners. They are auditory. They are kinesthetic learners. What type of learners they have, and then they plan in their lesson plans. They have for each types of learner they have something or the other. Even that is possible in online learning. So how well you are preparing your lessons, how well you know your children. So these are actually the basic things which we need to look into. And yeah, so that's the basically the thing which we need to look into actually, so if these things are taken care and the teachers are able to motivate the children for learning, and they are encouraged, and the children waiting for the teachers to take the classes, I think all the questions get answered. I think children will be able. And surprisingly, as you were talking about the authenticity of
A little louder.
examination,
Yeah,
the authenticity of the examination, online examination, surprisingly, I was analyzing the first term results of my school and then realized the average has improved by 10 to 15%. So there could be two reasons for that. One, maybe the children, those who are very much enthusiastic about the technology, so they enjoy actually playing with technology, and which has motivated them. Or there could also be a reason if it's like the low achievers are performing higher, so there can also be a doubt element, that how they have been performing better than the teacher expect them to perform. So that authenticity is actually a question mark there. But I think personally now we have been actually testing children on this Bloom's taxonomy lower, like the simpler. If you look at the pyramid, we have been testing for quite some time now on knowledge, understanding, and maximum to application level. I think it is the time, as far as the authenticity is concerned, we need to move to the higher order. We need to assess the children on synthesis and analyzing, as well as to create. If we ask them to make and give them project and do things, if they are trained, if learning takes place. Unfortunately, here what we all focus, including the educator, parents, children, every stakeholders, they want children to get good marks. So if we change that mindset, instead of focusing on getting good marks, if we focus on learning, I think that everything, whether it is college admission, whether it is admission to IIT, NET, or whatever, will follow. Therefore, it is important for education leaders to focus on learning of children.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, on that learning of children and KYC and knowing your children and adapting the new normal to them. That's the whole key. So last, since we're running out of time, we'll just wrap it up with a line from everybody. Yes, so over to you, Neeti ma'am. Can you give us one of your best take-home messages for all educators over here on some of the best practices that you have seen that's working over here and your wishes for the future? Yes, ma'am. Neeti ma'am.
So my one-liner is the three keys which I want to say, for the new normal or the education which is in front of us. Knowledge. We need to focus on the knowledge part of the student, and knowledge is not only the bookish knowledge, applying that knowledge into the real life also. Number two, skills. 21st century skills have to be a part of our curriculum. They have to be adopted, they have to be practiced, they have to be implemented. And third, which is very important for everyone, not only the educators, parents, society, student, everyone, is change in mindset. It's time to change in our mindset so that we can make differences, we can make changes, and we can see those changes coming which we want to, which we want to see or which we want to happen. So these are the three keys which I think if we really take care in our mind and implement them and make sure that they are happening, future is bright, quite bright.
Thank you,
and as someone said, the COVID is a part of our life now. It won't go easily, so we have to learn to adopt and go with it. Just that changes in the lifestyle will work us.
Brilliant, ma'am. Brilliant. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you, sir. Dr. Skandabali, sir. So would you like to say your take-home message? Yes, sir.
My only message is this shall also pass. I think we need to look at the positive side of it. We need to think that even if it was COVID, it has given us opportunities to think differently, think out of the box, be creative. And my message to everybody, my fellow colleagues, educators, parents, students is stay motivated, have faith in each other, and we will come back with glory from these times as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful message. Sir. Thank you so much. Sir. Over to you, Sapna ma'am. Yes, your take-home message.
Well, I actually stood up. I am going to show something which I'm very fond of. You see this drone, I mean, if your target is clear, I think you're going to definitely achieve everything. Right. So I stood up. I wanted to show everybody that, I'm very clear in my target that, by 31st March, end of the academic year, whatever was to be delivered to the child will be delivered. Be it virtual, be it anything else. So I'm sure we are going to win it.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you, Sapna ma'am. And yes, sir, Deepak sir, your take-home message and your...
Dr. Kannan, I mean, we have lost lives actually due to COVID, but to me, the COVID actually has transformed us, and it has given, it was actually a challenge, but the way teachers have, come out, they have converted this challenge into opportunity. So my message to everybody will be, from every situation, if you convert that challenge into, opportunity, so that is the way forward. I think, this is one virus which is affecting us, and as we are hearing, there will be many more which is keep on coming, but only thing is, the persistence. We need to be really motivated. We need to be
dedicated to the work we are doing, and above all, we need to look after the way we are looking after the well-being, the emotional and psychological well-being of our children. So educators are doing a fine job. Everybody is doing great job. So keep continuing. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And that's the message from all of them. And I think last I would like to sum up this with a small saying. As a psychiatrist, and working with around close to 75 schools in India, I always say this one statement. The way you think when you're down in life, I repeat, the way you think when you're down in life determines how high you will go up in life. And I really think that all of us as educators must come together, support each other, collaborate with each other. And these are times of crisis. And as beautifully Dr. Skandabali sir said, this too shall pass. And when this passes, as Dr. Neeti said, are we coming up with good skills, good knowledge, ready to bring the change in mind? And as Dr. Deepak said very beautifully, that yes, the change is becoming the new normal and there could be more changes coming. We need to be prepared. And as how we prepare is what Dr. Swapna said, standing with the arrow. When we know our target, which is about giving the best for our children, best value for our children, that is where beautifully we know the target, and everything that happens right now will not allow us to go away from that target of serving our children. And I truly believe educators are the true torchbearers of a new India. And I think all of these educators are the people who are standing here and saying that, yes, we are there in all of these crises to help our children and stand for our children and give them the best that we can give. Thank you all. And thank you so much to each one of you for spending this wonderful time. Thank you to that extraordinary organization called Entab, which is so passionate in bringing ERP and wonderful solutions. The entire team of Rajiv, Himanshu, and Lawrence for this great opportunity and platform. Thank you all. God bless you all. Over to Entab.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kannan, for the words of encouragement and the lovely, words that you always usher us with. So that was it for today, guys. So to be honest, I still can't believe that I've been taking these sessions and it's been more than 4.5 hours. Whether it was the session which started with the government leaders from NCRT, CBSE, or with the session with Shiv Khera sir, then Raghav Poddar sir, and moving on to the franchise model that we spoke about with Sanford Group of School, and now finally bringing it all back to the end. Who deserves the most? Our gurus. These are the real torchbearers, as Dr. Kannan rightly pointed out. And yeah, principals, you have been a mentor for us for all these 20 years. And on this auspicious day of Navratri, we thank you so much for blessing us with your presence and giving us your thoughts.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
My pleasure,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And our
Thank
pleasure
you.
as well. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Take care. Stay
Yes,
safe.
ma'am.